Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
You heard it first. Hopefully Gary Cantrell's making a short of it. Let me go viral. Let's make this bitch go viral. Sethy, can we get it go viral, lover?
What go viral?
The second sniper team. The second sniper.
Don't tell him. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even care. He's slouched
Yeah,
down.
no, it's going. Yeah,
Look,
yeah.
He's watching Beckett Breaks right now on YouTube.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome. I feel a little rough. I took a couple antibiotics today.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no.
Well, no, Dan, as you know, I have antibiotics.
Yeah, you have a trove.
And I think if the feds, came in and raided my place and they said, "Oh my God, he's got Levaquin, Cipro, zithromycin, deoxycycline, and I think there's one more I got. I got Levaquin, Cipro, Augmentin. Anyway, so I have different antibiotics, and listen, I know the pharmacist once when I went to get one of them filled, I got two of them filled together, and she's like, you can't mix those two, and I never knew.
That's good they tell you, because whenever I have to take medications, I'm convinced that the cocktail's going to kill me.
Yeah.
So I always triple check.
There's one particular. Dan may know, may not. He's not a pharmacist. He's just a doctor.
He hates pharmacists.
He does.
I really do.
That's
I would
his
disdain.
That's his cat.
Yeah.
Like if he's a dog, the pharmacist is his cat. He'd like to chew the hell out of him. But that pharmacist does have sharp nails and will come back with some responses that really piss him off.
Right, but just enough to piss me off, not enough to take me out.
I know, but that cat can also jump up on the roof and you can't get up there. But all you can do is just bark your brains out and hope that cat comes down.
Right.
I mean, at the end of the day, even
it's
though you're
barking of a scratch.
At the end of the day, even though you are a doctor and you're trying to do what you're prescribing a legal drug to a patient
in the context of medical care,
right? And they unfortunately, can overrule you and not fill it.
I know.
I think.
They have discretion.
Yeah. And boy.
That's why Dan's going to take one of their ears off one day.
Wow. So
I've chewed their ears off, man. I really have.
Oh. So anyway, I don't take the same antibiotic anytime I feel sick. I rotate. So like I took two Levaquin today, and I should be good. Like whatever little scratchy voice. I don't even have a sore throat. I don't have a temperature.
You need some honey?
No, I don't need any of that. Just need 2 Levaquin.
Just feeling a little off, getting out in front of it.
Yeah. So I'm on an antibiotic. Boom. In a couple days, it'll be done.
Yeah, Levaquin kills almost everything.
Oh, Levaquin.
It's the best.
Levaquin 500s are the best.
Still, so did everybody, Lumby, did you get sick?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I kind of feel.
You think it's from the rain?
Like I got the scratchy voice that Lummy had yesterday. So I'm just going to go ahead and, rather than to write it out with Gatorade and vodka, I'm going to go ahead and throw a couple antibiotics on it.
Spit.
See how we're doing.
You know, it was okay that Lummy had a rough weekend. I did forget that it was his 40th birthday party. So I imagine that if he was still feeling rough on Monday, it's very possible that it was, carryover from the weekend.
I'm going to say what Dr. Dan said. I'm going to say it was the rain.
Well, it's a party, and there's going to be debauchery, and Lummy's going to be really, really hungover when you expect me to be there. You expect your coworkers, Buck, Big Red, your boys. But when Sweet Lips Lou rolls up in the joint.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when Sweet Lips Lou is at Lummy's party, then it's next level.
It's a party.
Do I know him?
I don't know if you met.
He's his bowling guy.
He was well.
Oh, that's your bowling buddy.
Well, it's also his best man. It was his best man at his wedding.
Oh, really?
On his dockside wedding, Sweet Lips Lou, and I think Sweet Lips Lou's girl,
wife, she's the one who married us.
Mexican wife, married Ashley and Lummy on the bat, like at Rick on the Rivers. Wasn't it Rick's on the River?
Yes, sir.
Did you guys have a private wedding?
No, it was an eloption on a deck.
Oh, so you weren't there, Sponjo?
No, none of us were.
No,
Oh, okay.
No, it was Sweet Lips Lou and his wife.
That's the best way to do it. Lummy would have had 800 people at his wedding.
Sweet Lips Lou and his Mexican wife married Ashley and Lummy on the docks of Rick's on the River. At like a Saturday at 3:00.
Exactly.
That's it.
Did you wear sandals, Lummy?
Yeah, I think you did.
I think I did.
Yeah.
It was during COVID. I was trying to make sure COVID didn't get on my feet.
Right. Put that sun on there.
Yeah.
I think we saw a video of it, didn't we?
Yeah, it was a quick little video of it.
It was quick.
Anyway, Lummy, when is your anniversary?
December 27th.
Oh, it's right after Christmas?
Yes.
Yeah.
We got to come in here and have a special show for you.
Well,
I mean, come on, Bubba. We love. I mean, let's put it. I'm gonna be so bored when we're on holiday vacation this year.
It's 2 days after Christmas.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be itching.
We're not gonna
do Christmas.
We don't celebrate anniversaries. We celebrate birthdays. Okay.
I just like to celebrate love. What if you look at it that way?
All right, go. Yes. You know what? Come and do your own show.
Okay, fine, Sponge. Jeez.
Just
trying to team up with you, man. Have some fun.
I know,
just like we did when Donald Trump got shot the other day.
On December 27th, I may not be here. I may be out of town, in Indiana.
I understand.
Celebrating a white Christmas.
Which
is awesome.
Speaking of which, out of town, Dan, we didn't get a chance to get into your Jersey Shore experiences at all. It looks like you didn't really do. I mean, there wasn't a lot of controversy or. I mean, was there a lot going on? Or
no, it was a relaxing weekend. The funny thing is that the Monday before I got up there, my mom calls me and she sounds like death. I'm like, oh God, what's going on?
Was the family already up there?
No, this is like the Monday of the first, I guess.
All right.
And so
now, when did the family go?
The 3rd.
Okay, so like
we were about to go
Wednesday.
Yes, Wednesday.
Oh, they all went. You all went together.
Yes.
Okay, which is very uncommon.
Right. So
usually you send them up a couple days to bird dog it all out and get it all ready, and you usually work a couple more days in the office, maybe do search, and then come up.
Well, a lot of times I'd go up with her because she panics if she has to go alone.
She does.
So yeah, it's just a lot of suitcases to lug around, and the kids are sometimes like butterflies, and it's hard to get them to pay attention.
Well, it's also they act a different way around mom than they do dad.
Oh yeah, because
right?
Grief. Yeah,
little Danny knows what he can get away away with Romina, and he knows what he can get away with you.
Right.
Right.
It's different. Completely different category.
If Romina goes, little Danny, grab your game and let's go, he may not really pay attention. If you go, Dad, let's go.
It's different. I
Right,
agree,
exactly.
100%. So yeah, we flew up together. The flight was uneventful. Rented a car, picked it up. The guy though, it was delayed a little bit, and so they said it was
The flight.
Yeah, they said it was on time when I left the house, and when I get there, it's like an hour delayed. And by the time we leave, it's like 3 hours delayed. So we had a big payway meal, and it was delicious. And then the guy from the rental car place calls me up and wants my credit card. And it's just like a random number from Atlantic City, and it didn't make sense. And I wasn't sure he was the right guy, and I wanted to like make sure it wasn't some,
Scammer
because he wanted a credit card number.
Getting your black card number. Going to buy a jet tomorrow.
So I asked him a question, and I said, "What's the best pizza in Ocean City?" And he said, "Manco and Manco." And I'm like, "Okay, you know it. You're a real person." And so I gave him my credit card number, and in turn, he thought it was so funny that he gave me like the best car they had at the price.
Oh,
I
he gave
paid.
you upgrade Willie
upgraded.
for a mediocre price.
Right.
Right.
And so I had a giant black SUV.
Great.
And it was
Thought
great.
you were Secret Service.
Oh, yeah, I felt like it. And but my mom was sick, and she was really sick. And so by Wednesday morning, or I'm sorry, Tuesday night, we realized that she has COVID. And so we're about to fly into COVID land. And I, get the medication and FedEx it Tuesday night. So before I even get there, she starts taking the medication. By the time I get there, which is like
Hold on, taking your
yes.
the Danny cocktail.
I put it on an antibiotic, and I put it on ivermectin.
Right.
0.4 milligrams per kilogram per day for 5 days.
Right. Any
as per the
deoxycycline,
FLCCC.
anything like that?
Doxy too.
Right.
And she takes a baby aspirin, so that's one of the biggest problems with COVID is that clotting problem. And so when people get COVID, they should absolutely be taking some kind of baby aspirin or some kind of anticoagulant unless it's contraindicated.
Don't they recommend like anybody over 50 or 60 start an aspirin regimen?
Yeah, a baby aspirin a day is a great idea if you're over 50.
I think the only potential downfall to that is that if you do get caught, it doesn't like to coagulate.
It takes a little longer.
Right.
But also you don't get a stroke. It's a trade-off. You can bleed for an extra 10 minutes or die of a stroke or a heart attack.
Right. I mean, or the only way it could really kill you is if you had a chainsaw and like you cut off your knee, like you cut off your leg accidentally. You could bleed out because your blood's a little thinner now.
Yeah, it is a little thinner. In that respect, it does clot a little better. And it's one of those paradoxical drugs because the less you take, the better.
Is it easier? Is like an 80 milligram Bayer coated baby aspirin? Is it hard on your liver at all?
No, it's not hard on your liver. If it's not enterically coated with a little plastic coating on it so it doesn't chew up your stomach, that's what it's bad for, is it can chew up your stomach.
Right.
So if you don't have ulcers and there's no contraindication, on any, some other kind of
it's a game
anticoagulant.
changer.
Yeah, it really is. And a baby is better than a full. It doesn't make sense.
Right. They want you to take the 80 milligram
100%.
Bear. They're in a yellow container, and they're coated with yellow, and they want you to take the 80 milligram, and they want one a day.
Yep. Bubba, you're like a damn doctor.
Well, I mean,
you have so much medical knowledge. It's incredible. I mean, you really do. And you nail it. You nail it. Every time you're right.
Well, thank you.
It's fun to listen.
Here's the thing. Having a doctor on my show all the years that I have,
25 plus years,
having a family law attorney on, having a criminal law guy on, having your urologist on,
you're all those things through osmosis, Bubba.
Well, I mean, it really is.
Well, I mean,
he can fly a plane. He could cut a leg off. He knows what to do.
You just pick up on, if you hear enough problems. You just pick up on it. That in conjunction is, I've hung around Dan a lot during my procedures and various other procedures, and I'm very inquisitive and hands-on and things like that.
Gets in there, man. Gets his elbows dirty.
So like I don't know if you knew this or not, and I hope it doesn't get Dr. Mark in trouble, but when I went to get my vasectomy, they have to use lidocaine to numb up your scrotum. Mm-hmm. And so he takes this little purple mark. He gets my scrotum out, and it's laying there on the whatever,
like a fish waiting to be filleted.
And he goes, I go, Dan. I go, Dr. Mark, are you going to shoot up my scrotum with lidocaine? And he goes, yep. And they had a whole syringe full of lidocaine. And I go, well, you know what? Why don't you just mark my bag, and I'll shoot my own up.
Like Pulp Fiction, a big red dot.
And he goes, what? And I go, I'd just rather shoot up my own bag than, he goes, well, I mean, if you were
Dude, that's insane, man.
Did you bring it from left field, or did you go slow?
Oh, I started on my right-hand side, and that first poke into your sack was brutal.
Oh, right.
But after that, I said, now how many, he told me how many cc's or whatever, how many mLs to throw in there. I think it was like 4. And then he goes, okay, now after that first one, you won't feel the rest. Like you're not going to feel even the...
it numbs the initial poke part.
Right. So then the top part of the bag, that was nothing. And then the other side of the bag was not. The first stick was a little bit ouchy, but the second one wasn't. But I numbed up my own bag during a vasectomy.
You are hardcore, man.
Jeez.
Yeah.
But then I didn't want to look at it once I got in there and started, taking the piping out and stuff. So I closed my eyes.
Yeah.
Bubba,
I got mine cut and cauterized, so there's no way. Dan will tell you that on old school vasectomies, they would just cut the vas, and they wouldn't, like tie it off. They just cut it this thing's never going to mysteriously reattach. There's no way.
But every now and then,
this dude would get his to reattach. Next thing you know, he's having babies. So, I don't know what year it was, but they started cauterizing.
Yeah. And taking a section out, too. Taking a couple millimeters of section out. So
taking your 6-inch rope and turning it down to a 3-inch rope. Taking the middle out. The ropes won't connect.
Right.
But then they cauterize, too.
Mm-hmm. How did you react to the smell of your own, vas deferens burning? The cooking smell.
It was not good.
It's a weird sensation.
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
like
That smells tough.
It's like burnt bacon, kind of.
Yeah, exactly what it is.
It's like
little meat, little fat.
So he's like, okay, you're not gonna. Dan was like, I'm sorry, Dr. Mark was like, okay, you're not gonna feel anything, but you're gonna smell. A bad smell, and that's us cauterizing, the ends of your vas. And they do it just on one side. They only cut it on one side, and they get to both of them. And I haven't I'm not going to worry about getting anybody knocked up.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
How do we get to talking about your beanbag from Dan's vacation?
Just how medically inclined I am.
Okay. Would you go to medical school now, Bubba?
I can't.
What do you mean you can't?
All I have is a high school diploma.
Oh, I thought you graduated Indiana Western.
No.
I thought you.
No.
Do you know what he could do though with this high school diploma? I think he could go to PA school and be not PA school, anesthesia assistant school and be like an anesthesia assistant, and they actually blow the gas. But they come out right out. It seems like they come right out of high school.
I think I'd just rather be your friend.
Okay.
I mean,
being an assistant for somebody.
Yeah, but they actually run the ship when they're.
I actually am Dan's assistant. Like when I bring the merch crick in there, she's getting I'll be Dan's assistant.
And he's more helpful than some of my assistants.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they hate me in there because I roll in there and take over, and then I bring my own gas mask for the funny gas. For the funny gas, and I roll in. I'm sure they hate me, Dan.
No, they love you, man. We all love you.
So anyway,
but the highlight of the trip was the.
So Mama Diaco's sick on Monday. You get her. Do you get her tested negative by the time the troops get there?
Well, I get her. I start treating her Wednesday. We get in really late Wednesday night, and by Thursday morning, she's already feeling better. And then I find out that my aunt and uncle, who are in their late 80s and early 90s, have it.
And are they
They're
in the condo next to you?
Above
or are they,
us. It's a duplex.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. They're there. They're boots on the ground.
Yes. Every house pretty much in Ocean City, especially on the beach section, is a duplex.
Okay.
And
so what I'm saying
above
is
us.
your families have always had it where the Diaco part of the family has a part of the duplex.
A floor, and they have a floor.
They have a floor, and you guys have been doing this for 30 years plus.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. So
now how many rotations will you guys have? Like will you have a Steve and Krista week? Will you have a Dan and Romina and kids week? Will you have a Jay week? How does that all? Now, Mama goes up what?
May.
She goes up in May.
Right, and doesn't come back till late October, right before Halloween.
All right, so she's there probably right before Memorial Day and gets back right before Halloween.
Correct.
Ish.
Yes.
And she has to deal with, but you know what? That's probably her jam. That's probably her gig, and the fact that she gets to spend a week with all of her sons and their families. Like, that's probably her jam.
It really is. And so it started off like we were all going up at the same time, but then it got too crowded.
That's just too much. And you and Jay would fight the other two cousins.
Well,
and it would
me
be
and Jay fought one year.
Yeah.
Like, we literally fought each other, physically fought each other.
Was Joe there?
Yeah, everyone freaked out.
Who had to step in and stop it?
Dad freaked out. And
what do you say?
Damn it!
Who won?
Come on. So it was
no, but hold on. Hasn't there been? Okay, there's been that fight, but also isn't usually almost yearly there's a fight between families because they're very liberal and you guys are conservative.
Oh,
and like
those fights.
And hold on, and some of them are doctors. A couple of them are doctors.
Yeah, they're a very educated family.
Right. They're not.
Two of her kids are doctors, and one's an MBA CPA.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, like,
you got liberals in your family, Dan?
Oh, my
yeah.
mom's sister and
Oh,
her
wow.
family. Oh, they're real.
Hold on, Seth. They'll go an entire summer and not talk to them. And they're literally just one floor joist away from each other, and they'll literally, because they are so opposite on opinions, they'll go, like, all during COVID. I don't think you guys talk to each other at all.
Oh, we had so many fights because the ground it's really 3 floors, and so the ground floor is like a garage and some cabanas and a couple showers.
It's where you
and
keep
bedrooms.
all your beachy stuff.
Yeah, but
right.
we also have like a place you can actually stay down there, and toilets and showers
Right.
and stuff like that. But that's a common area, and so we like pass each other in the hall sometimes and be like silent.
Yeah.
But anyway, so they're so first of all, they're so liberal, they're so blinded by Essen Fauci's D that I came up with medication for them. Because I didn't want them to get super sick or linger or have a ruined vacation or end up in the hospital or die.
Is it medicine that they don't believe in? They're like, where's our remdesivir?
Right. And they've been vaccinated and boosted and boosted
Yeah,
and boosted.
exactly. So Dan's like, hey, listen, family, I have 600 patients that I have cured using my special Dan concoction.
I'm your Fauci now.
And so, listen, if anybody shows signs of I got you. They're like, oh no, we don't believe in your remedy and your horse dewormer over there, buddy. We want to take remdesivir so we can die.
I actually filled prescriptions and brought them with me and presented them to them on Thursday morning.
Man, Dan, that's
and
a
they
hell.
said thank you, but no thank you.
Wow.
And they were sick the entire 12 days that we were there. My mom was better by Saturday and testing negative Saturday afternoon.
Were you happy they were sick the whole time,
I
Dan?
wasn't
I would
happy
be.
they were
I would be.
sick, but I mean, I was,
Not
I was like,
happy.
I told you so, and I offered to them like 5 more times. They said like, oh, we're getting better. And then when she kept testing positive, it was like, these tests are BS. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Because they didn't give her the answer she wanted, and they literally isolated the entire time I saw them. Not at all.
Now,
It was sad.
has Jay, we're in July now, so she's been there well over a month.
Yeah, so right now we take 2-week shifts. So it's Jay's family's turn the second half of July. And so I'm not sure how much Jay's going up there or how he's sending his family. It was kind of hit or miss. And then Steve will go up for about 3 weeks in August.
Oh, really?
Dan, what's it like? Because I saw you sent the video of the July 4th thing, and it looked like it was out of a movie. Everybody was out on their bikes with American flags and everything. Is it like that the whole summer up there?
Is it a small little town that celebrates like that?
Yes, it really is. It's a dry town. You can't even have alcohol in that town.
Why?
It's just that's the way it is. It's a family vacation. And so
I think they've gone to a little extreme.
the town's next to it.
They're not getting Lummy's business.
You're 3 miles from alcohol.
Really,
3
Vince,
miles
3
too
miles.
far.
Yeah.
You're not carrying on horseback for 100 miles.
Lummy says he wants to stay the duplex that has alcohol readily available across the street at the store. That's right, Lummy.
Yes.
Lummy
yes,
wants
sir.
to go to the Circle K and buy his his road sodies.
Now
right?
they're doing these like clubs/speakeasies though now, so you can get alcohol there, Lummy. And there's alcohol now 2 blocks from my house. Is that better?
But right there.
Are you by the boardwalk?
Now what's your?
No, we're about 2 miles from it.
Yeah.
That's where I used to work there. I used to throw pizzas on the boardwalk.
So if you guys got to go to the boardwalk now, how are you on the beach?
Yes, on the beach. Like literally like spit onto the sand.
So I like literally out that back bottom floor where you keep cars and floats, and there's also an additional guest room, but it's more made for a flow through in case there's a hurricane,
Correct.
or a water.
Smart, yep.
That's what it's kind of like the way
it's a throwaway.
Kind of like the way that formerly your house and now Steven's house is designed.
Exactly.
Where the bottom floor is finished, but it's also a blow through.
Yeah,
it's designed for if a major storm came, it would destroy everything down there. But your
sacrifices down there to save the rest of the house.
But it wouldn't fall. It's completely. It's completely cement. It's on pilings.
Yes.
And it's not going anywhere. But you know, on a bad storm, it's the insurance policy for the entire house.
Yeah, and what's different about it is in the construction is that the walls aren't connected to the vertical elements. So that way the wall can actually cave in and wash through, and you just end up with the vertical elements.
Right. Right.
The weight-bearing elements.
So you're saying from that area, you literally could go right out that area, and you're
on the beach,
probably 50 yards from the maybe a football field from the water.
Yeah, the sand is literally like 8 feet away.
Because they have probably some dunes.
They do,
for
and that
some
saved
preservation.
The house.
Yeah, that's for preservation. Yes.
Yeah, because they used to do the jetties. You know, the Army Corps of Engineers made all these jetties, and what it would create would be like a sawtooth scalloped beach. And so it didn't really prevent the beach erosion. So they started planting these dunes, which destroyed everyone's views, which is why all the houses have been jacked up. But when Superstorm Sandy came by, it literally ate 90% of the dunes, but not all the dunes, which is why our house had $150 worth of damage, which is what it cost to pressure wash it.
Really?
Everyone, yeah. Other houses, the corner houses got decimated, and our house laughed at it. Superstorm Sandy was my house's bitch.
So now you guys have done your time up there.
Yes.
Now, are you guys all back now?
Yes, we are. And it went great. It was
are you
a nice
going
vacation.
Somewhere else?
I don't know.
The kids
have stuff to do.
You got probably what? One more?
School starts soon, Bubba.
Yeah, less than a month.
Does it really?
Yeah.
A month, yeah.
A couple weeks.
Man, I hate to be an old timer, but back when I went to school, we didn't start till the Monday, we didn't start till usually the Wednesday after Labor Day.
Yeah, that's cool.
And we
that's
got
really
out.
Cool.
We got out the very first week of June.
The northern
so we had
schools
all
still
of
do
June,
that.
all of June, all of July, all of August, and
you had solid 3 months.
You had a solid 3 months.
Solid 3 months.
And a few days. You had 3 months
3
and
fat ones.
3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
Now what do they got? 2 months?
2.5 maybe. I mean,
yeah, my daughter goes back August 10th for Pinellas.
Yeah,
it's less than a month.
10 weeks, maybe. So it's Ocean City.
Did you say August 10th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's early.
Wow. Why?
I don't know.
What's the
the hurricane days?
I saved the pesos on the camp. I'll tell you that though.
Yeah, you're true. So anything? I mean,
Yeah, we did go to a Phillies game. Saw Oshani play.
How far is the Philly Stadium from door to door?
Hour and 10 minutes.
Did you say Oshani?
Oshani. Otani.
No, he combined his first and his last name. I thought that was actually pretty good.
I like calling him Oshani. I know it's Otani. It's like Otani, but Otani.
I think Phillies are. I think they're in the mix. They're
number one in the
So I mean,
National League.
anytime and listen, Philadelphia, they're the kind of baseball town that even when the Phillies suck, they'll fill it up at least half to 3/4.
Oh yeah.
But when they're doing well,
sell out.
So did you get your tickets to your Manco Pizza guy?
We were in the Aramark box and suite, and it was awesome.
How'd you get it? How'd you pull that off?
Because they now have 6 Manco and Manco storefronts in that stadium. There's 6 different places you can get their pizza in that stadium. There must be 40 restaurants there.
Do you know the original Manco guy, or is he dead?
I do know him, and he's dead.
Okay. How about all of his family? Did they take over the business?
Yes. His wife is still alive, but she's retired.
Right.
And his daughter is the one that's running it with her husband.
So all he had was a daughter.
Yes, he just had a daughter.
And so she took over the Manco.
Yes.
It probably was. It stayed the original one on the boardwalk.
Well, it was a couple 3 on the boardwalk.
Oh, on the boardwalk. Okay. Yes. How long is the board? Isn't it like 5 miles?
Yeah, it's about 5 miles, but the hot part's about 1.5 miles where people really are. Then there's just boardwalk with no stores for a couple miles.
What makes this Manco's and Manco's Pizza so special? Like, what makes it just gotta have pizza?
It's 3 or 4 different things. First of all, there's sugar in the dough and in the sauce, so it's a kind of a sweet pizza. They use a shortening instead of oil, so it rises like Crisco commercials. Remember the flaky pie crust in the old Crisco commercials?
Right.
So the pizza is not soggy. Another reason it's not soggy is they put the cheddar cheese instead of mozzarella cheese on first, and then they squirt the sauce on with a pump, and then they cook it on a Rotaflex oven, and it's in the water, and it's the way they cook it. And if you take it out of the store, it sucks. If you try it down here, it sucks. It's got to be right there in the store, and it's magic.
How about like leftover the next day?
It's all right. You know, it's not that kind of pizza.
Now, was a Manco's pizza when you make your pizzas at Tate's for the for the bar party? Is that Manco's like? Because I see where you put the sauce
on top.
Is that Manco's like?
It's a simple change in order. It makes a dramatic difference in the pizza. And yes, it is Manco like.
So did they have like ones with all? I mean, the ones you always make just have like sauce and like a few little.
But they got the fancy ones with the
Now, are they historically
Venetians.
expensive?
Well, yeah.
I mean, you're not getting too.
No, pie's like $25.
You're not getting a Domino's type deal at Manco's.
No,
right?
not at all. It's expensive.
My next one's for free. Domino's now. Have you guys seen Domino's now has the extra emergency pizza deal that if after like 5 pizzas that you've ordered through, first of all, they aggregate everybody to their app. They make you do everything through your app.
They make you too.
Yeah, they make you, and they incentivize you.
Right.
And then they have like on your 5th pizza that you've ordered through your app, they give you an emergency pizza that you can. It's basically a free pizza that you can use at any time. I think that's brilliant.
Yes.
Lummy, do you think that or Macho Man or Red or whoever, do you think that we're going to be able to make our app that cool? Where we try to aggregate everybody to our app and maybe offer some special stuff? I think we should do some app specific stuff only available on the app.
Yes.
Well, I mean, Seth, you're one of my programmers around here. What do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you can only get this particular whatever on the app.
Yeah. Dan, is that the place you worked? It was Manco's?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Not
Manco's.
Is it Manco's?
Well, it used to be Mac and Manco, and now it's Manco and Manco, and people just call it Manco's.
Manco's.
Maybe we should just go up there when the Phillies are in the playoffs and get a slice and,
Oh, yeah, dude. I'd love to do a road trip up there.
I'd love to just sit at home and watch it on TV.
Oh, Bubba, come on.
It's a beautiful stadium.
Let's get some content on the boardwalk.
I'd rather.
You on the
awesome,
Bubba on the
Bubba
boardwalk?
the boardwalk? Yeah, it'd be $1 million.
And there's nothing to do.
Yeah, get some taffy.
There's just
I don't
so
like-
much sweets.
I don't
oh
like,
my god!
I don't like taffy.
Oh,
you can only have so much ice cream.
Is there like a Ferris wheel, Dan?
Oh, there's a couple. Then there's a drop that whether you go up, it just drops you.
Oh, they have one of those drop deals.
Oh, dude, makes your stomach go into your
Yeah. So anyway, you guys traveled back Sunday?
Yeah, we came back Sunday. We went fishing a few times. The waves were pretty good, but my shoulder's still messed up, and so I didn't really want to hurt it further. But it was a great time. It was relaxing, and then came back to raining, hot, sticky Florida.
You really ought to. We ought to try to earmark some time and get into a little bit of a regiment. But my shoulder was is probably just as bad or was just as bad as yours. And through, just rehabbing it with really lightweight, different angles, I think that I've gotten probably 40% of my flexibility and strength back on my shoulder just by lifting weights.
Yes, that's totally possible to strengthen your rotator cuff.
So what happens? You're building the muscles around the bad part, and it's kind of helping the bad part along. Is that kind of the elementary version of what you're doing?
Yes, and I was kind of learning about it as I was going through it. But a lot of people. You know how, Bubba, I've always felt that if you push, you should pull.
Can you send me a diagram of the human shoulder so I can show it to Dan? All right, go ahead, Dan. I'm sorry, Dan.
If you push, you should pull. If you do bench, you should do lats. If you do quads, you should do hamstrings. But a lot of people, even though they do that, they really neglect the rotator cuff, and it's very small muscles that do a lot of work. And it takes specific little exercises to strengthen it. And if you strengthen your rotator cuff, you're exhausted afterwards. You can barely use your arm without even doing, delts and tries and all the other things. So I think that people should, consider spending a day doing some of those small muscles that stabilize the joints, like in your neck, in your shoulder, maybe in your thigh.
When we were growing up, they didn't have any necessarily muscle specific exercising. We just did, overall strength training to make you
squats,
to make
snatches.
I sent you a one. Make sure, see if it's okay for the shoulders.
I know, but it disappeared. Like it's not. Let me show you here. Hold on. Oh, damn it. Hold on. There you go. There's your little thing.
Oh.
And it was right here.
It just disappeared?
I saw your bubbles like that.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, it's coming. Let me just keep treading water here. And then it went down. I'm like, oh, maybe I'm not getting it. But Dan, like we just lifted weights. You did a bench,
Right.
you did bench, you did some squats, you did some deadlifts, you did some power cleans. See, let me look.
Some buys and tries.
Might have to restart it. But
So, yeah, but I really think, I think now maybe here it is. Maybe here it is. Hold on. Let me see.
What are you looking for? A diagram of the shoulder?
Yeah, exactly. Here's what I'm looking for. So, Dan, where is the rotator cuff within all this nonsense?
It's deep to most of it. So that's that's why we neglect it. It's underneath all that stuff. So the rotator cuff is.
Let me
there's
send me a
mnemonic called
rotator cuff.
Sits, SITS, supraspinatus, infraspinatus, teres minor, and subscapularis. So the muscles deep to these muscles, and that's what stabilizes your joint. You can't see any of them in this.
But Lummy, if you look at the way now that they train for baseball,
yes,
like the catcher, they have specific, training exercises for him to be able to squat or to get up quick enough to throw the ball, and then all types of rotator cuff and ball throwing exercises.
Oh, pitchers have those. Pitchers are throwing footballs. They're doing all sorts of different things now.
And like if you see them warming up, Seth, like you'll see them take these big medicine balls and they throw them against the wall.
Yep.
And then they take like a kind of like what would be like a racket ball, and they kind of throw it against the wall.
There looks like they have like a backpack that with maybe like a weighted backpack they put on or something, and that they throw. So there's a lot of different things that they're doing to try to keep pitchers healthy.
I think they've really dialed in the pitchers.
Well, they get injured so often.
Yeah, you got to click on it. For some reason, Messenger is not working.
All right,
today.
it's okay. I got it, buddy. No big deal.
So the rotator cuff are the smaller muscles that stabilize that shoulder joint.
All right, so here we go.
There you go. There you go.
So it doesn't say rotator cuff, but is it got a different name?
So it shows a rotator cuff tear, the supraspinatus tendon, and so.
All right, so
that's
I'm
one of the
saying
areas I had
it doesn't say rotator cuff; it says supraspinatus
rupture. It
That's
doesn't
what I was
really
trying
show
to ask you.
Yeah, it doesn't really show it.
So the
you went shot from the back.
Hold on. So the supraspinatus is the rotator cuff right here.
It's one of the four muscles.
Is the rotator cuff.
Yes.
Where do you think yours and mine is likely torn? Mine feels like it's torn about right here.
Okay, so that's the biceps tendon, and so that's another muscle that goes into the shoulder that is often neglected when you have a rotator cuff problem, and so that happened to me. We did the inside of the rotator cuff, then we did that supraspinatus, which is where I had not a complete tear, but like a thinning, like a bubble in your tire. And so they injected that with the PRP.
Like a blister?
Yes, and so they injected it with the PRP. Exactly.
What's a PRP?
Platelet rich plasma. And it healed with
Seth,
physical
you know what
therapy.
PRP sounds like to me?
Something for you use in a race car?
Expensive.
Oh, yeah.
It was about $1,000 for the first shot and $750 for the other two shots.
Back to my original thought, Sethy.
Pricey.
$1,750 to get some PRP shot into the rotator.
And then physical therapy.
I'm just gonna use 10-pound dumbbells.
I could throw a baseball now. Not hard, but I couldn't throw one to Seth even a month ago.
Yeah, I can't throw one.
I could throw one 50
I can't
feet.
throw a baseball. Both of my shoulders are blown. I can't throw a baseball, which is right-handed, and I can't shoot a basketball, which is left-handed.
Ridiculous.
But I'll show you all the exercises they taught me in physical therapy, Bubba, and maybe if you do those, and just maybe once a week do those.
No, I'm doing. I think I'd
you're
love
probably
to,
doing 70% of it.
yeah, I like to see what they have. I'm sure they have some dumbbell work on an incline press.
There's a lot of it was with cable stuff.
Yeah, I just got a cable crossover.
And that's perfect because I don't have something like that. I may need to use yours if that's okay, just to help with my
The only
therapy.
bad thing about it is I bought it used, and I thought it was in a little bit better shape than.
It looks nice.
It looks nice, but if you look around the base and stuff, you can see that it's I've been stepped on a lot. I think I might have it repainted because I just can't stand to have something. All my other equipment's just absolutely perfect,
Pristine.
and I got this cable crossover machine that looked like might have been at a Gold's Gym for 8 years, and had just guys jumping all over it and stuff. So I might have somebody repaint. I wonder if Bob Cook could repaint it.
Repaint a lat machine?
You know what? I really should if you were to do it correctly, but this is just way. Yeah. Take it all apart and have it repot. I couldn't, but there's too many. There's too many working parts.
Man, Bubba, that's really next level. What is it? OCD that you got to have a fresh looking lat pull or whatever you got.
You understand, Seth? Every time I work out, I use medical grade disinfectant on all my cushions and handles, and then I go and do a leather treatment on all the padding and stuff.
Oh, it's great that you take. Yeah, no, it's great you take care of it. I mean
that Nautilus Nitro stuff out there, the blue stuff.
Yeah,
it's 20 years old.
It looks like it's like 4 years old.
It looks like it's like 4 days old.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. Well, I got it in 08. Yes. So
26.
No, I'm sorry. I got it in 06. I got it in 05.
Wow, it's 19 years.
I bought it in 05.
New?
Brand new, yeah, from a guy that his name is Rich Menzer, and I don't think he has the business anymore, but it was called CelebrityGyms.com.
Oh, cool.
And it's where Hogan got all of his gym equipment. It's where Marky Mark got all his gym equipment, and he actually had pictures of my gym, Marky Mark's gym, Hogan's gym, and others' gym that he on his website. I don't think he does it anymore, but what he would do, Dan, he would tell him what you wanted, and then he would be the broker to go to Nautilus, to go to Cybex, to go to Hammer Strength, to go to Flex, because he knew the best machines, brand-wise. If you wanted to do like a leg press, Hammer Strength, seemed to make the best one of those, and then he'd go to those people and negotiate a better price. A Hammer Strength leg sled may cost the average consumer, I don't know, $5,400, but he could get it to you for $3,400.
Oh, significant!
Because he
had a deal.
Well, that
volume.
And he'd sold Marky Mark one. He sold. By the way, Dan, guess who's back from Greece?
I know.
Jimmy Cleavis is back.
He had a good time.
I just feel better knowing Jimmy's back in town. I get anxiety when all the boys are out of town. I understand. I get when Tom Bean, Dan, Kevin Hazlett, Jimmy, those guys are out of town. Mark Tate, like my fixers.
Yeah.
Right.
When my fixers are out of town, I get a little anxiety.
And now they're all back?
No, I think Jay's out.
No, Jay's still here right now.
He'll be here for a while.
Yeah, he'll be here I think this week. I think next week is the week he may be out.
Tom was out of town last week, but I think he's back. We're running way late, and we got a lot of things to talk about. So let me do some words, and we'll be back. Are you getting a hold of 4G Auto Blow? Because Seth is adamant about getting this Willy Wonka chick, or whatever her name is.
Willy Wonka? Yeah,
by the way, there were so many Haktua T-shirts at the boardwalk.
Oh, you're kidding me!
Oh, they ripped her off. She should have trademarked that thing just like you did on the day one. She's losing out on millions.
I own, and if you as Bubba Army ever see anybody participate in the following, get it to me immediately, regardless if it's just a radio show or a bar. I own Shock Collar Karaoke federally. I own the federal trademark on Shock Collar Karaoke. I own the federal trademark on the 12 Boobs of Christmas. I own the federal trademark on Bubba Army and Bubba Radio Network. So, what
was the first one again that you own the trademark on?
Shock Collar Karaoke.
Oh, yeah. If I see anybody doing that, Bubba, you're the first person I'm calling.
Right. And you know what? Here's what I'm thinking, Seth.
Somewhere's doing it.
I know how you can make money with it, Seth. You roll up to the bar manager that's doing Shock Collar Karaoke, and you say, hey, how long you been doing this Shock Collar Karaoke? Oh, we've been doing it for 5 years. It does the best. Okay, well, listen, I'm going to let you know that I work for the guy who owns the federal trademark. And Seth, I can actually screenshot the trademark to you, and you show him.
Shake him down.
And you be like, listen, you know what, though? I'm not going to say a word to him, but $500-600 in my left pocket before I leave would probably do the job.
I love it, man.
And then you'd be like, you know what? I won't mention a word to him. In fact, I'll run interference for you, kid.
That's a long way in a pipe dream to get to $500, Bubba, but I'm all about it.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
he's leaving. What up, fan in Orlando? What up, Havoc? I appreciate the nice words yesterday. What up, Tim? Who's Hawk and Tom? Are they popular? I wonder what Rio and Craig think about Trump getting shot. I gotta make this a well-rounded podcast. Thanks, Stumpy. I appreciate it. Somebody said that I sounded sad and pathetic. I don't even know. What up, Bob? KDD, Haas. Haas, you're the man, Haas. No, jerk, I didn't watch Home Run Derby. I was actually watching the, I actually had the Republican National Convention on in the background. I hate the Home Run Derby. They made it like 3 hours. Who won? Teoscar Hernandez? They're showing it right now. Did Teoscar Hernandez win? Yeah, I guess so. What's up, Paul? What up, Snook? No, man, we're good, Snook. Politics isn't my thing, man. What up, Blase? Congrats on the record. Did I say hi to Paul already? What up, Johnny? Yeah, we'll see if Rio and Craig watch Home Run Derby. They fucking love baseball. What up, Michael? Dutch Duke? What the fuck? I'm the only person in here this whole time. Yeah, Attack of the Dog. I gotta figure something out, man. We gotta figure something out. Make it profitable or make it better content or something. Oh no, we got the national anthem. Hopefully Bubba plays it during the show. If not, we'll play it on Clement Kush. You're the man, Bubba. You're one of the last people I saw before I snuck out. Jeez.
That was just a hi. How you doing?
What up, pal? Wow.
Hi.
No, you're good. It was just weird.
It was hi.
What up, Danny? Danny G. The most old schoolest of fans. Jimmy. Bubba, Army Alpha air fresheners. That's a pretty good idea, actually.
We have them.
You got air fresheners? Alphas?
No, we have those tree ones.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but you're saying to make them alpha?
That's what Nolan said.
That's a pretty good idea.
What up, SC? That's what I said. Yeah.
That's actually a pretty good idea.
What up, Grouper?
only man who cheated on the woman that wiped his ass.
That's gross. I love it.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Hey, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Do you being the executive producer and knowing me, unlike anybody, what do you think I'm going to say right now? I'm just going to
The bumpers.
Yeah.
And Macho and I already talked about it.
All right, just can we
have all
take
the dry runs and he wants to take them out first.
I want all the smart assy. He's the only guy who loved Hulk Hogan more than he loved his wife. He's the only guy that had somebody wipe his ass. Those are all funny and stuff, but I think just quickly getting back in with none of the funny stuff that's already burnt out. Which, by the way, I love the girl's quality and I love the way she sounds. It's just that it's not her fault. We wrote liners that would eventually burn out. So if we could just cut all of her funny stuff out and literally just it never gets tiring. And now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Yeah, we were Macho and I talked about it this morning. He has the dry voices, so he's going to work on that this weekend. He said. Then I got Tara lines that I'm sending her today.
All right, perfect. And you know what, Mach, if you didn't,
not the weekend. I said I need a day off from here so I can work at it from home.
I didn't hear the day off part.
Macho,
I figured Saturday or Sunday.
Macho, you take your time, buddy. However much time.
Wait, does Macho have to get drunk to do this?
No, I need my Pro Tools at the house.
Oh, okay.
Listen, buddy, if it takes 2 days, if it takes 2 weeks, I don't care. As long as you're on it. Okay, buddy? I don't care. And in fact, but not limited to, maybe I could give Brad Woody a little bit of dollars to put some together for us as well. That might even be the best answer of all. You guys
that would be the easiest, yeah.
Yeah, let me get all the Terra stuff.
Got it.
Get all the dry this girl stuff, and give it to Woody and tell Woody I'll give him $300-400 to put whatever to put together just some real simple. I don't need a lot. Just needs to be a real simple. Back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Seth has anxiety and is puking out back. Dan's got his big penis and he's out peeing by Lummy's front tire, making sure that Lummy can see his penis.
Thank you.
So,
Are we going that direction? I thought we were cutting out the jokes, but
no, wait, we're not. No joke. I was doing jokes because I don't want jokes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, no jokes, please.
There's nothing funnier than my anxiety, so I just wanted to make sure.
50 Cent. Now, man, I think. And I'm not talking politics here. I'm just talking about 50 Cent's concert. And it looks like 50 Cent is a Donald Trump fan. It looks like there's been a lot of people in the African-American community, influential people and rappers. It looks like there's been the Republican Party, and specifically Donald Trump, has more support within that community than he had, the 2 other times that he's ran.
Well, I think that community is attracted towards success and financial success and being
getting
powerful.
through adversity
and getting shot.
And getting shot.
And that community's gotten shot a lot. I mean, 50's been shot, 10 times?
Yeah.
And so now, man, once you've been shot, you're kind of in the I got shot club, aren't you?
Sure.
Yep.
And
and you got street cred at that point. Because, I lived in New Orleans. We had so many guys that had gotten shot. But guys that had gotten shot and survived, they were heroes in their communities.
So anyway, 50 Cent put on a concert, and his most famous album was, what was it, Get Rich or Die Trying?
Oh, yeah.
And it had him just all jacked up with like this shattered glass kind of deal. And
yeah, chiseled body.
Yeah. So 50 Cent did a concert this weekend or whatever, and the backdrop of his concert was usually him and his Get Rich or Die Trying album cover was one of the backdrops that they used, and he substituted his face for Donald Trump's face. Here it is right here. And I think Donald Trump, obviously 50, I think they've actually spoke, have they not?
Yeah,
I think Trump should say, "Hey, 50, I'd just like to know if I could have your artwork. The artwork that you had for the backdrop. I'd like to make some T-shirts.
Someone's making that shirt.
I'd like to make that T-shirt.
That's a great T-shirt.
People would love that T-shirt.
Yeah,
would they not?
And
here's the original 50 Cent one right here. This was jacked, and yeah, I mean, somebody should come up with if 50 Cent should come up with that T-shirt.
Exactly.
He makes all the money.
Right.
You remember that 50 said he was supporting Donald Trump because his ex-girlfriend, Chelsea Handler, remember how pissed she was? And 50 Cent's reasoning for voting for Donald Trump is that he didn't want to become 25 Cent.
Right.
So that's why he's...
And then Chelsea got all mad and said, check your ethnicity and all this
You're
kind
not
of
going to
nonsense.
get this ass again if you vote for
You're
Trump.
not going to get this ass again if you vote for Trump.
Which is so disingenuous that you have to vote because of a certain race. You have to vote one way or the other because just because you're black, you have to vote Democrat. And that has been the mantra since Kennedy and the civil rights movement. And they said that you have to vote Democrat if you're black. And I think it's interesting now that so many African Americans are openly rejecting that concept because they are not a monolithic group and they do have diversity within the African American community, and for some they're better aligned with the ideals or goals of Trump than of Biden. The only one that should vote for Biden are 10 million illegal immigrants that came across the state.
I did find this, and I did tweet it on our Twitter a few days ago, and I found it interesting. And it's an African American man. And he kind of, in a very educated, very prepared, he just didn't wing this. He had, a timeline and some, very good data and statistics. And I think this is very telling. So there's an African American man. I don't know if he doesn't want to be identified or maybe African Americans now are afraid to publicly go out and support Trump for in fear of
retaliation,
their own people retaliating against them.
Yep.
And unless you're a 50 Cent or a really, really big, huge African American that has probably personal security and things like that, I don't know that you can do this particular content for this African American man and not get a ton of blowback and maybe get hurt. But I thought this was brilliant. Now, Lummy, I did fact check this, and this is factual.
Yes.
I actually paused it a few times and went to the guy's dates and saw if indeed what he said was true. So, this wasn't during my ambient fuzzy time where I've been known to tweet some stuff, misspell some stuff, completely be wrong about some stuff, get faked out on some stuff, and Seth and Lummy come in sometimes and clean it up for me, or they just make me look like a buffoon, one of the two. But this is on our Twitter. You can always follow us on Twitter. In fact, the show is broadcasted live on Twitter every morning. If that would be a way that you'd want to catch the show, amongst other places like Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Locals, and then of course the end all be all, the Bubba Army HQ website, the Bubba Army. What is it? BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Yes, sir.
And within about probably. God, let me think that if we do the app right, it could just be like throwing gasoline on our fire.
Oh, definitely.
There's so many people right now that want to listen to the show, but they just aren't very, technically advanced like me. And they could just want to smash the Bubba Army HQ button, and there's the show. Bam! That's it. I got to hit two buttons. And when my phone, after the 2 or 3 minutes that your phone kind of goes to a dark screen, Lummy, it doesn't cut off the stream.
Right. It'll play in the background.
It'll continue to play in the background. That's one of the problems we have currently with our website. And so, it's being engineered for both Android and Apple. It's going to cost $10 for you to download. It's going to cost $10 a year for you to own this app. And that just basically breaks me even because, I never knew this, but apps cost money.
Yeah, they do. You got to make them.
A lot.
And
No.
Just to keep them alive?
Yeah, just based on the bandwidth that you use. Uh-huh. Yes.
So in addition to writing it, to serve it and keep it alive, costs money.
You gotta pay to launch it. First of all, you got to pay to build it.
Right.
You got to pay Apple to launch it and continue to host it, and Android. And then you have to, it's $200 or $300 a month for maintenance and updates and bugs and all kinds of deals. Oh yeah, nice. So it's expensive, but $10 will probably break me even on it, and you can listen to the boom. You hit it, and it's so user friendly and it's so simple. It's going to be called Bubba Army HQ. It's going to have the big Bubba Army logo on there, and it's going to be so simple. So I'm excited for that.
It's cool.
It's going to go. It'll take you. I mean, let's say Seth, the guy didn't want to go through Spotify or he didn't want to go through iHeart to hear Clem Kush. He could just, I want to do it through the Bubba Army app, bitch.
That's right.
He'll be able to.
I know.
Smash the app and smash the podcast.
The technology that is on our phone, Bubba, it's just mind blowing these days.
Haven't they said that the computer used and to monitor and to launch the very first space shuttle, that the average iPhone is 1,000 times faster and better than that computer that launched our very first space shuttle?
Yeah.
I think they've said that.
Yeah. The iPhone has become such an amazing piece of machinery, and it's got such a fast processor. It's got a massive amount of memory. They have iPhones with like a terabyte of memory. It's unbelievable.
Can any of us imagine living life without your phone?
Well, I remember back in the day.
We all remember back in the day when all we had were 10 speeds and snap guns.
Right.
But I mean, can you imagine as an adult that runs a business or has a business or does the things that you do on your phone, Seth, the things that you do on your phone, Lummy? I mean, Lummy, you literally do a lot of our programming through your phone.
Yes.
Do you not?
Yes, I do.
Seth, you launch a lot of our podcasting and stuff through your phone.
I did one time.
But you have the ability to. Dan, I mean, if your phone for all kinds of different things.
Can I ask you a question, Bubba?
Mm-hmm.
Zolt in chat said, can I suggest you find a sponsor for the app so it can be free? It's going to be a huge barrier for many people that may get it otherwise.
Zolt, I would love if you could find me an advertiser. That'd be great, buddy.
We'll try.
Just finding advertisers are a lot easier said than done. The advertising dollar out there, they analyze you. A little bit of my history is included. It's just it's tough. Not a lot of people are handing out, $15,000 or $20,000.
We'll try.
Yes, we will.
And if
we'll try. I think Zolt's got a decent point. We're gonna try for sure.
So hold on. Zolt says that the average guy can't pay $10.
I think it's going to stop a lot of people from downloading the app. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I don't think it's going to really matter that much.
$10 a year.
What's that, Lummy?
$10 a year, right?
It's $10 a year.
Yeah. So
it's $10.
$1 a month. It's like 80 cents a month.
If the show isn't that important to you, then no, it's $10
a year, which is 80 cents a month. It's nothing.
Right. Well, Zolt and everybody else knows better. So we'll try.
No, you're right. I mean, it's not a lot to pay. There's just a lot of cheap asses out there. That's the problem.
I understand that. And the cheap asses can go and get it and have to do a few additional clicks. It doesn't mean that it's going to cost, you have to have an app to watch us on our YouTube channel, or you have to have an app to watch us on Rumble, or you have to have an app to watch us on Twitch, and Twitter and Facebook. So there's plenty of free places for, if $10, the $10 is just to make it easier for you to navigate through Bubble World. You can navigate through Bubble World free. It's just a little bit more of a pain in the ass, but you can get it figured out. You got your YouTube app. You got your Facebook app. You got your X app. Just go watch us now the way you always watch us. But for those that want it all wrapped up in a nice little package, and they can navigate through it, including accessing their Bubba Army HQ membership, then you might want the app. But you don't need the app. I went round and round with Tom Bean. I did. I was the same. I'm in full. Just to be fully intellectually honest, Tom was like, "Listen, we're gonna have to charge for this thing," and I'm like, "It's gonna kill us. It's gonna kill us." The Bubba Army, some cheap bastards. When really they're not. I mean, the Bubba Army keeps us, funded and going. And Tom just sat me down and be like, "Listen, we can't necessarily absorb that source. Absorb that cost, while while making nothing on it, and it's going to be it's going to be quite a lot. So if the average person that wants the streamlined, wants everything to be so streamlined and so simple like we do, listen, I have 30 days to have a sponsor, to get a sponsor. So the Zolt 71s and the Rets and everybody for that matter. If we could come up with, fine, maybe Lummy, that would be where we could get Mike Musio involved with
with the water.
Yeah, and me and Gary have been having a lot of good conversations the last couple of days back here. We're tossing ideas around. So we've talked about it too, and there's definitely some things that we can try.
Yeah. Zolt 71, I would love to say the Aqua Beto Bubba Army HQ. Go get the Aqua Beto Bubba Army HQ app now at anywhere that you get your app stores. And thank you to Aqua Beta for sponsoring our app, because if it wasn't for them, it'd be costing you $10 a month.
Natural alkaline spring water.
Yeah. And because of them, your app's for free. That'd be great.
Yep.
Hopefully we can get them to do the deal,
Should we do a thing like everybody used to do with subs, where you buy 10 apps for some, just for the people out there, and then just, hey, poor people, somebody's got 10 apps. Sorry, this is stupid. Never mind. Sorry.
No, I don't know. I think it was an outburst. It started out stupid, but we could really polish it up and maybe make something about it.
Yeah, that one might be difficult, but yeah, Twitch subs, right?
And maybe a sponsor would knock it down to $3 to download it, and then that's it.
From the Dude Wipe Studio.
Oh yeah, from the Tubba Towel Studio. Something like that.
Yeah, we'll work on it.
I got to get into my African Americans really should be mad at the Democrats.
I want to hear this.
And not the Republicans. Because almost every struggle the African Americans as a community has had, the Republicans were the ones that that gave them resolve, fighting the Democrats.
The Republicans made one mortal sin, and that's when Nixon didn't get Martin Luther King out of jail, and Kennedy did, and that was the turn.
Well, hold on. How could Kennedy have got him put out?
Made phone calls.
No, buddy. Richard Nixon was after Kennedy.
No, he wasn't.
No, he was before.
Richard Nixon was after John F. Kennedy.
Nixon had a chance. The Republicans had a chance to get.
Nixon wasn't the president at the time.
Oh, okay. You're not talking during their presidential run.
No.
You're talking about when Richard Nixon was a vice president.
Before that, he had a chance the Republicans had a chance to intervene.
I know. I think Richard Nixon was the vice president. I think,
and they didn't do it.
And then
JFK did.
JFK took over office and got Martin Luther King pardoned and out of jail.
He got him out of jail as he was being arrested, like that night or the next day. He went.
But it wasn't Nixon acting in the capacity of president, because he was after Kennedy. It was Nixon. I think he was the vice president for who was it? Was it Lyndon? I'm sorry. Was it Eisenhower?
Yeah, I think it was Eisenhower.
Was it Eisenhower?
They didn't do anything about Martin Luther King, and JFK did, and that turned the African American community into Democrats.
Macho Man, I see you moving your stuff around. I'm ready to go to break. Is that going to mess up your stuff?
Go ahead.
Thanks.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
There's no 99 cents a month.
When you sign up, does it give you that first year?
Yeah, I mean, it's from the day that you, so it's yearly. So then, like, if you signed up August 1st, and then it would be good. On August 1st, you would have to
do another $10.
Yeah.
$9.99, whatever. If you don't change the pay structure, you
should say you sign up for $10, and your first year is free for signing up. Right? And that kind of how it works.
Well,
Isn't the first year? I mean, it's free. You just have to pay 10 to download the app, and then it's free
for a year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know business, but I know that the app will be fucking strong.
A
lot better than the. A lot better than just the desktop.
Made from Maine. This is to both. Head control, their C's, K powers. Free. Yeah, James. There's C's. Trickney, good morning. Dawn. Haas, what's up? Highway 73, good morning. Yeah, pleasure killing. Eat more coleslaw. Eat more coleslaw, I think that's nice. Jonesy, caviar tacos, what's up? Yeah, XL, that's good. The engine is going in. They sent me a picture of the engine going in.
I need the joke one.
So it should be very soon.
Check out HQ. So,
Right.
okay, and then,
I wonder if anyone else had a problem with that particular
$5,000
engine.
for my
I think
so it should be in there.
Corvette
Just keep
engines,
checking it whenever
they're freezing up.
The play money. Oh. He said it's probably not in there yet, but he asked me again.
Thank you.
JD Vance has pretty eyes. Did you see his beautiful blue eyes?
I'm just staring at him.
Yeah, I got lost in him, dreaming in him. But they're warm, you know. They're a nice. They give the viewer a nice feeling.
They do. Very calming.
Yes, those do. Wolvers, Afterbirth, in Orlando. Love Tim Terry. Love Stack and Doll. I was just not. So yeah, I should be getting this good back in a week or two. It's fine. The lunch been sitting outside in the rain. It's a fucking day. Primetime Toys, good morning. What about Jack Black, you know? Fuck him. I know. Fucking asshole. I'm just glad it wasn't Jack White, because I like him. Oh,
Were you sleeping in and missed the first hour of the show?
Are you ready?
Don't worry, it's all at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
You know, let me. How cool would it be if we had positioning statements where, you know, voiced by her or whoever, saying something like, now returning back to the Bubba Army Studios, powered by Aqua Beto natural alkaline spring water in a can. Also, the sponsor of our lovely Bubba Army app as well. That's right. Canabeto. I'm sorry. Alpha Beto. They've changed it. Their initial splash into the market was with the Cana deal. Because they were thinking about maybe doing some CBD type stuff, and then they're like, let's just go straight water. And I really like their water.
Yep. It's tasty.
It's a natural alkaline spring water. It's Alpha Beto, and it is our app is powered by them, and our studios are sponsored by them. Woo-hoo. Boom. See, Seth, that right there is the kind of sponsorship we need.
It's going to happen.
And then all of a sudden, if Zolt 71, I love you. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I don't know who's monitoring where Zolt 71 is this current time. But Zolt 71, how much of a difference would it be if I was able to say, because of the great people from Alpha Beto or Monster Energy Drink or Brandon Ford or Skag, or whatever sponsor I could potentially get, and I could say, because of them, the new Bubba Army app is free. The free Bubba Army app. I mean, does that triple, you think, the downloadability of the app? I mean, I think it might.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it does for sure.
Yeah, I
think it's a big thing for new listeners. I think core listeners, people who know the show, people who seek out the show, and the people who wanted the app, they'll pay for it, no problem.
I think you're exactly right.
They support the show. But if we got a guy on YouTube that wants to go download the app and he's got to pay $10 and he can get the show for free on YouTube, then why would he pay $10 to download the app?
Or he just, sees one of our QR codes out and about and he scans it. And, that's a little confusing. It takes us to our landing page. If it just took him to our app or something like that for free. I don't know. I think there's several different advantages. I think the app being free attracts a whole new audience. And the hardcores, of course, they're going to pay it. Of course, they're not going to have a problem with it. But they don't have a problem with anything. They love us so much. They fund the show. We want to get those fringe people that we can organically fold them into being a fan. But initially, they don't know a lot about us. You know what I'm saying?
And maybe it also just involves like a 10-second, pre-roll ad.
Sure, of course.
Yeah, and you also talked about the guys who have been on the fence for a lot of years. They leave comments on the Facebook every day about how they would listen, but they don't have an app.
Right.
So, they may not be technologically that great. They can't figure out the show on Facebook.
There's probably 15 or 20,000 gear jamming guys across America right now that just can't figure out how to get us. Right? Yeah. But if they could just smash an app, and there we are, an app that they downloaded for free because of our fine people from, Aqua Beto or Monster or wherever, Latin Sons Barber.
Jackal Law.
Would you love to see the meeting, Seth, where I go to Craig and Rio and tell them I need $10,000 for $10,000. You guys, what the hell are you thinking about that?
They're trying to get money from you, Bubba.
I know. All right, so listen.
That'd be a standoff for the ages.
Zone 71. We're going to look into that, and we're going to look into it more aggressively. I'm going to try to get a hold of Mike Musio. I'm going to try to get a hold of my Monster rep. I'm going to try to get a hold of, just any different situations. I know the guy who owns the Morgan Auto Group.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah. He's a young dude. I'm not going to say his name, but he's like...
How'd you meet him?
I'll tell you how I met him. He's like 39 or 40. He inherited it from his father. And I don't even know how big the Morgan Auto Group is, Lummy, but it's... Maybe you can look it up for me.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you two dealerships that they own that are very significant: the Porsche dealership in Tampa and the Lamborghini dealership in Sarasota.
Well, the guy that owns all of that is younger than you. Super cool dude. And I met him. He about once or twice a week, Lummy, he stops down to Tate's Pizza on West Shore and has cocktails with Woody and the boys.
Nice.
And so that's where I met him.
He owns 70-plus dealerships.
70-plus dealership. And if you look at who's the CEO of Morgan Auto, it'll show. I think his name's Brent or Brett. I don't know what the hell the name is. You'll be able to see how young he is. They have over 70. Now, Dan, we knew a guy who had like 15 dealerships, and he's the Mac, right?
Right.
Brett is his name.
Yeah, Brett Morgan. And
God bless him.
I mean, I could.
They give me all kinds of love at the Lamborghini dealership, but Jay can't get no love in Tampa.
Well, guess
Maybe
what?
you need to introduce him.
No. Yes, I need to introduce Brett
to Jay.
To both of you.
Oh yeah, I'd love to meet him too.
I mean, listen, walking into the Lamborghini dealership, Dan, it's one thing as Dan Diaco. Walking in because Brett, is it Brett or Brent?
Brett.
Because Brett is your friend.
Right.
And Brett called the general sales manager and let you know that you're on your way. That's a whole different.
Whole other game.
Yeah.
Yep,
exactly.
I totally agree.
Right.
Totally agree.
All right, Lummy, how old is Brett?
So he graduated. So yeah, I think he's 39.
Yeah, 39
Wow. Good.
or
Good for him.
40 years old.
That's awesome.
And he owns, and Dan, he's as grounded and is just an absolute successful businessman. He's not like what we would be acting at 39 if we had 70 dealerships.
No, I'm sorry. He's 40. It looks like 43, 44.
Okay, still.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
At the prime of his life.
In the prime of his life, 70 dealerships probably makes out. I can't even put a price on it. But I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask Woody. I'm going to ask Woody and Dave Tate to put a word in for me.
There you go. Perfect.
Be the Morgan Auto Group. I mean, who's got more money than that guy?
That guy's got some money.
Please.
And especially, if it's all, and his dealerships are just not through in Florida, right? Are they all other states as well?
I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, 70. I mean, it's got to be other states.
I don't know.
Miami, Sarasota, Naples.
It's mostly all Florida.
Yeah.
Maybe I could get a
Trade
out. Maybe I could get a trade out Lambo.
Yeah, that'd be
start
awesome.
rolling around in that.
That'd be
Let me
awesome.
start repairing my image instead of driving around in an 04 Crown Vic. I mean, how much more effective would the food review did if I did it in a Lambo?
It would be way better, Bubba.
Yeah.
Way better. And
Seth
it
would go
would
with me.
highlight and showcase his cars. Because I guarantee the Lamborghini dealership doesn't have as many followers on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or Twitter that you would have.
Well, look.
It would increase their exposure.
Do that data for me right now. Look to see what the Tampa Lamborghini dealership.
It's Sarasota. Lamborghini Sarasota.
How many Facebook people they have, how many YouTube people they have, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, we're getting too far down the we're trying to make the app for free rabbit hole, and I'm gonna ask my boy.
Yeah.
Lamborghini Sarasota under 7,000 followers.
Wow! And you got how many, Bubba?
What
That was Instagram. I'm looking up Facebook and stuff.
Give me two big numbers. I'm going to see are Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. I want to
41,000 on Facebook.
Okay, I got 161.
And Twitter. Let me 1 second. Sorry.
No problem. Because you
So
can't,
think about what they're advertising.
Because you can't ask them to advertise if they have more than you.
Right. But if you have triple what they have, quadruple what they have, and they have a monthly advertising budget, so if the 70 dealerships pulled together, $20 each, you'd have an ample fund to advertise and would reach more people.
Will you go to the pitch meeting with me with Brad?
Absolutely, dude. Let's do it.
For real.
Absolutely, man. I'll do it with you. 100%, Bubba. You know me. I've always got your back.
Lummy, what do you
I
got?
always got you.
I don't see anything on Twitter for the Sarasota dealership.
All right.
So let's do it, Bubba.
How about
their main Morgan Auto Group has 1,300 followers.
Oh my God, Bubba.
All right. Now
you offer them value.
So
that's
Lummy,
the whole point.
Does Morgan Auto Group have a Facebook? A YouTube? See if they got a YouTube.
Okay.
And it's not just Lamborghinis. What other marks do they run?
You can think of?
Everything.
Everything.
Top to bottom.
I think they may have been the ones that bought Rob.
201 subscribers.
Hold on. 201 subscribers on YouTube?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we got it.
All right. But I think this is actually going to turn into a brilliant idea because they penetrate all of Florida, which is what your strongest market is.
Yeah. I'm going to come up with a little presentation.
Tallahassee to Miami.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Let's do it.
Democrats fought a war to keep their slaves. Republican president.
By the way, I was talking about how I watched this guy. He was an African-American man. I don't know if he was trying to disguise his identity or something just in fear of fellow African-Americans may not feel this way and are very adamantly Democratic. and they hate Republicans, and they probably don't even know why, but it's been indoctrined into the African American community just to absolutely automatically be a Democrat, like not even think otherwise. And so it seems as though now more than ever that there's a shift that's going on. I think it started with Donald Trump's success in the Bronx when he went down to the Bronx, and the Bronx is the hardcore part of New York City in the 5 boroughs. Harlem and the Bronx are kind of the two armpits of the 5 boroughs. And the Bronx is, I don't know what the ethnicity makeup of the Bronx is, but I would say probably 30+% African American. And I could be wrong, but probably not. Hey Alexa, what is the ethnic
Ethnic is a noun meaning a member of an ethnic group.
Yeah, I know.
It's the ethnic makeup of the Bronx?
Right. Hey, Alexa, what is the ethnic makeup of the Bronx, New York?
From Wikipedia.org. The Bronx is the only New York City borough with a Hispanic majority, many of whom are Puerto Ricans and Dominicans.
54% Hispanic, 29.5% black.
There you go.
By half.
So 30%
Exactly.
black.
Perfect. You nailed it. So
30% black. So when Trump comes into the Bronx and he nails it with there's majority Hispanic. With the Hispanic, if you look at the black and Hispanic, you're in the 70s.
Right.
You're in the you're 3/4 of everybody there are
75%.
are normally a group of people that don't vote for your party. And so when he went down there and nailed it with the Bronx and has had rapper after African-American influencer after African-American influencer after
Hispanic community leaders,
normal African-American dudes that come up with really, really brilliant tweets, or I said, Twitter postings like this. I think that Donald Trump's going to get more. I think he's going to win the African-American vote.
Well, he's going to get a bigger chunk than he got previously.
He's
going to get a bigger chunk
right.
than previous Republicans because he's actually enlightening them to look further than what the media is telling you. And this guy is de-emphasizing who he is to emphasize what he's saying.
Here we go.
Democrats fought a war to keep their slaves. Republican President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, freeing all slaves in America. Democrat slave owners were furious. Lincoln made equality for all black people part of the official Republican Party platform. Republicans wrote and passed the 13th Amendment, ending slavery forever in the United States. Most Democrats voted against it. Republicans wrote and passed the 14th Amendment and granted citizenship and equal protection under the law to former slaves. No Democrats voted for it. Republicans wrote and passed the 15th Amendment, allowing black Americans the right to vote. No Democrats voted for it. The first black senator was a Republican. The first black member of the U.S. House of Representatives, a Republican and former slave. In fact, the first 23 African American members of Congress were all Republican.
Did you know? A lot of this stuff I didn't know.
I didn't realize all of it.
I mean, and it's really powerful to know.
It is.
It really is. It's very, very, very much a good thing to know this data.
And no one knows, especially the votes, for the 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment, that
I didn't know
no Democrats voted for it. I've never heard that.
I mean, so whip that out on somebody that's when you're arguing with.
Republicans were electing black people to Congress. The Democrats were founding the KKK. The KKK was founded in opposition to the Republican Party.
I did not know. I did not know that.
That I knew.
You did? That the KKK was found as an opposition?
Yes.
By Democrats?
Yep.
I did not know that.
It was like the Hitler's like SS army. You know what I mean? It was like to go in and bust up people.
Like the Antifa?
Yeah, it's sort of like Antifa is now, but really back in the day, Hitler had like
Does
these goon
Antifa
squads.
really do anything?
They make a lot of noise and burn stuff.
They dedicated itself.
Long, dude, very compelling.
Very well written. He may have left out one part out that you said about
Kennedy.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the only thing. That was like their one moment,
Yeah, so that's the moment though that they're hanging on to.
Yeah,
And
60 years later,
UFC's John Jones charged with an incident while drug testing agent. UFC. This Lummy isn't John Jones or anybody rat whoever's sportsy. I don't know UFC as well as I know other sports, but isn't he John Jones regarded as the greatest of all time?
One of the greatest.
He was great, man.
But he's also one of the most problematic.
Yeah.
Like he's gotten in so much trouble. He's flunked, which I don't have a problem with. George C. 100 on the Cash App. That was the guy that we met under the tent at. It's George C.
From Orlando.
Orlando. And George, here's the deal. I wish I could have spent more time with you.
You said he was annoying the hell out of you yesterday.
No. You keep. You know what? You little cackling bitch over there.
He hurt. Bubba, he hurt.
You don't say nothing all show. We're breaking down stuff. You're over there like all you can see is just your little head.
Come on, man.
And then when it comes to really burying me with George C., you do your standard Seth cackle.
Bubba,
and then you bury me, lover. Come on, I'm on the same team as you.
What is with this? I don't say anything all show. You just played a 3.5-minute video straight of a guy.
I'm just messing with you, buddy. I'm just messing with you.
And then
you only chime in when it's.
Are you talking about a sponsor for the
You only chime in when you want to shove it in me hard with no lube and make it hurt me. You cut me to the bone sometimes with your chime ins.
All right.
Just kidding. George, Seth is right. I did express yesterday that I didn't get to spend enough time with you. You weren't a pain in my ass. It's just that I just said you weren't. Everybody that was there was my employees and worked for me, and you were the odd man out.
There's 14 people under a little tent.
Right, and I was claustrophobic. I was disappointed. I had Seth in my ear saying, we just can't do this, man. This is just this. Look at the puddles and just look at this. Oh my God! And then I'm turning to Macho Man. I'm like, Macho Man, it's not going to be good I'm talking to all parties involved. It's not going to be good having standing water here with all your equipment and stuff like that. And then I talked to Lummy. I'm like, Lummy, there's no way we can put the cash cube on wet grass and have everybody that's going to get into the cash cube take off their shoes, because as soon as a little bit of that money gets wet, and people are going to be wet.
Yeah.
They're going to have
Sticks to you.
Well, they're going to be wet. Their shirt or their hat or there's going to be wetness that gets inside of the cash cube, and I think that's the death of the cash cube. And you're like, yeah, we can't. So we decided to pack it up, and I have to again. All this is just weighing on me. And George was there, and George, I think the one good thing about George, thank you for the 100, George, but more importantly, I think George got to be friendly with almost everybody but me. I think everybody took their time to speak with George and to thank George for being such a great listener to the tune Lummy of giving us $100. That's so cool.
Thank you, George.
Thank you. I wish, George, for a guy that supports the show just like you did, like you have since I've been around. I think he's listened to me back, on the XL days or something like that, Lummy? I don't know. George has been listening a long time.
Yeah.
Usually under normal circumstances, George, when I got a guy that's as long time Bubba Army as you are, I like to spend a few minutes talking to you a little bit, getting to know where you're from, thanking you for listening, and I didn't get that opportunity. I just got a real quick picture with you because you wanted a picture, so I took one because I was running around trying to salvage this event. I was not of sound mind. I was pissed off, quite frankly. Not at you, George. I was pissed off with you. Lummy, I've thrown people that have pissed me off before. I'll say, Lummy, go ahead and make that guy leave.
Yeah, make him leave. Yep.
Lummy, when you walk up to people and make them what do you say?
Oh, hey man, it's time for you to go.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Hey, we got too many people in here. Sorry.
And listen,
matter
George,
of fact, too, right?
And George, that wasn't the case for you. You were more than welcome to stay underneath our tent and stay dry for as long as you needed to, my friend, including limited clear up until the time we tore the tent down. I just wish I could have spent some more time with you. And thank you so much for the money. That's great. Thank you so much. And Seth, I think that you got to spend some time with George.
Yep.
So I mean, a little bit of less time with me and a little bit of more time with Seth. That might be a great little thing,
Yeah, equals $100.
Yeah, it does. You gonna try to get some of it now?
No.
But Lummy, isn't John Jones like He's been busted
he was 20,
for
27 and won the UFC. Great, but yeah, he's having drug problems.
He's been busted in drug stuff, and like I think he has missed a couple fights.
This is par for the course.
He was suspended 3 times, I think, from the UFC.
Probably more.
And but Brett, isn't he like recognized as kind of the baddest of all time?
Yeah, when he can win the fight against himself. I mean, he can't get out of his own
He's
way.
0-10 versus. Hey, let's not talk about those type of people. I'm in that group. UFC.
Is he better than Horace Gracie? I mean, do you really go back to that far and say, like,
he is,
probably.
He is probably one of the most gifted athletes to ever step foot in the octagon.
Good morning. Today is National Corn Fritters Day. So ask me for a corn fritter recipe, and then you can fritter away the whole day.
Hey, Alexa, shut your face, bitch.
Yeah, I think John Jones, even though he was a really good wrestler.
Did you hear her give me the FU?
Yeah.
He
was also a good fighter. Like, Horace Gracie wasn't a great, striking guy.
John Jones, UFC heavyweight. Now, is he the current UFC heavyweight? So will this be stripped from him now?
Ooh.
UFC.
I think it's already happened with him having the belt, if I'm not mistaken.
Heavyweight champion John Jones has been charged with 2 misdemeanor stemming from an incident with a drug testing agent. Now, this wasn't the fact that he tested positive for the drug. This is just, I think, the person that administers, like probably they either, I don't know if they do it blood or they do it urine, but if they do it urine, I think they got to, like in today's world, having the Wizinator and all this kind of deal, like they literally have to, the agent has to see your penis. I think that's, I mean, Dan, you might know more about how people get drug tested nowadays. I mean, do they have to see your penis now?
It depends. Different organizations have different levels of scrutiny, and so some they do have to watch you actually pull it out and put it into the cup.
I know, like when I go to LabCorp to get my labs taken.
Well, they're not going
to. I think they just send you in a room with a cup.
Yeah,
and that's where if you're gonna,
Well, one of the first ways they used to screen it was without having to watch you actually urinate into the cup was to temperature check it. And so make sure it was
warm. But then guys got hip to that, and they bring tinfoil and a lighter, and they would light the sample.
Keep that thing next to your skin.
Yeah, and then until it got to like 105, and then by the time you poured it into the container and took your time with it, it was down to 100, 109. I mean, I got to think that. What does your pee have the same temperature as your body, 98.6?
Yeah, it's going to come out pretty
your
close.
Pee should be
above 100.
Well, okay, but if it was 99.9 or 98.5, like there's probably a range in there, isn't there?
Yeah, they probably went like over 90, but under 100.
Yeah.
I guess he couldn't pee, so he got mad and then wanted to give him blood, and I guess he took the testing agent's cell phone and said, "Do you know what happens when people come to my house? They end up dead." So,
wow, that's a little over the top.
Just a little. He said,
yeah. His brother was Chandler Jones from the NFL. I don't know if you remember talking about that a couple of months ago, but he kind of had an episode recently. Not saying that's what's happening here, but I mean, John Jones is arguably one of the greatest MMA fighters of all time, even with the stuff that he's pulled. Even with the charges,
can you send me John Jones' greatest knockouts? Can you send me a little thing?
Yeah.
According to a police report obtained by ABQ Raw, what that is, sanctioning body maybe, said that the agent for the UFC's anti-doping partners at Drug Free Sport went to Jones's home in Albuquerque in an attempt to collect a random sample. Oh, so like maybe once that you're in the drug protocol that they can actually drive fly clear to Albuquerque, knock on your door and say, "Hey, John, we're the sampling free
P police.
For the P police, and you must." And so that might be a little irritating. Yeah,
absolutely.
Especially if Seth that was over the night before, and we kind of really got a couple bong rippers going on. You know what I'm saying?
Is he in trouble for marijuana or for like steroids?
I mean, probably all of it.
I think he did like a cocaine thing for a while.
The report said that Jones appeared agitated and was unable to provide a urine sample and was instead offered the opportunity to submit a blood sample. The report then said he allegedly took the testing agent's cell phone, questioned why the agents arrived so early in the day, and do you know what happens to people who come in my house?
Wow.
They end up dead.
Wow.
And an Instagram report, which has since been deleted. Oh, so he actually not only said that to these agents, but he reported it. Do you know what happens to people that come to my house early? They're dead.
That's not good.
Only 2 misdemeanors, though. I mean, that shouldn't be too hard to shake off, should it?
No, he should be able to get, as much money he's got, which has since been. Jones said he was caught off guard by the unprofessionalism of the testing agent and admitted to using profanity, but denied threatening the agent with violence and denounced the accusations as baseless. A virtual bond hearing has been set for I guess Albuquerque court. Jones is preparing to make his return to the octagon to defend his UFC heavyweight championship. When does he return?
That's a good question.
November.
It was
Madison Square Garden.
So at the end of the day, man, they probably, Dan, as part of the sanctioning body, 3 to 4 months out, start their testing to make sure that you're 100% clean, right?
Well, absolutely. And if he does test 100% clean, and that helps his case, because maybe the other guy was being a dick. And, those guys are sometimes dicks. And it's like the TSA guy, you know what I mean? When you go through TSA, they're dicks to our own citizens. It's weird, and we tolerate it. And so I understand him being irritated, and it's an irritant.
You want to hear some of the accolades?
Oh, yeah.
Most consecutive title defenses in UFC light heavyweight division with 8. Most successful title defenses in UFC light heavyweight division history with 11. Most wins in UFC title fights with 15. Most wins in UFC light heavyweight title fights at 14. The youngest fighter to win a UFC championship at 23 years old. An 8th multi-divisional champion in U.S. history. Most consecutive wins in UFC light heavyweight division history at 13. The most wins in UFC light heavyweight division history at 20.
Wow.
And the list goes on and on. I mean, there's a lot. He is arguably the greatest of all time, but, the stuff outside of the cage, it makes it tough for a guy like me to be a fan.
Here are some of his highlights Lummy has sent me for people to get a little look at John Jones.
Big punches right there. And this...
I mean, he beat everybody, too. He beat a lot of killers.
He likes that big swinging back elbow gimmick.
Well, he's got so much length. He's just...
Now, how good is he on the ground?
He's fine just about everywhere, just because of how he's built.
Is he considered more of a striker or a grappler?
I think he said he preferred to be a striker, but he was a college wrestler.
Yeah.
He's a black belt.
Suplex. Oh, there we are. There's in the guard. People don't realize, Dan, we're watching these, but just...
An elbow.
How devastating and how much this hurts to get an elbow.
Oof.
Just us, and the elbow is probably one of the toughest, most resilient joints of your body, because your elbow, man, like you can hit, you can really
do a lot with your elbow.
I guess your knee and your elbow are probably two of the most powerful things you could lay on somebody, but not very rarely do you get an instance where you can knee a guy's throat. But your elbow is pretty mobile. So I got to think that your elbow is and it's really, really hard. It's way harder than your knuckles, is it not?
Definitely harder than your knuckles, which in MMA fighting are padded. And your knee, if you hit too hard, will pop your kneecap. I mean, you can shatter your kneecap if you hit something too hard.
Just blasting somebody in the face with your elbow ain't going to do nothing to your elbow.
Steven did that once. He had surgery. He got in a fight, had a tendon injury, had surgery, then ends up getting in another fight, and he was afraid of throwing a right since he's left-handed, and his left hand had stitches in it, and he threw an elbow and dropped a guy. You got to be close, man. You got to be really close for that elbow to work.
Perfectly placed.
Man, lately, Lummy, I've been kind of getting into bare knuckle fighting. I've been watching a lot more of that. Have anybody watched that?
Yeah,
I've been to one.
One of the better bare knuckle guys is fighting Jake Paul this weekend in Tampa.
Really?
Mike Perry.
Really?
He was a UFC guy, but then he had some success in bare knuckle.
Where they
I think
fight
he still
at?
does it. Emily.
You're kidding me.
Are they bare knuckle fighting?
Gary, Lummy, and myself, I believe, are going to the press conference on
boxing.
Thursday.
Oh, okay, perfect. When's the event?
Saturday.
At Amalie?
Yes, sir.
Didn't it take over for the Tyson one?
What is it? Just a boxing match, or is it a bare knuckle deal?
No, it's boxing. It's kind of the filler fight for what the Tyson fight was supposed to be.
So I mean, this is a big pay-per-view, right?
Yeah.
What's it called? Who's it sanctioned under?
The same promotion, the
Thriller,
Tyson fight.
Thriller.
I don't think it's Triller. I think it's MVP Promotions is the one putting it on, and it'll be streaming on DAZN, DAZN.
DAZN. Hey, Seth, before I go to words, have you seen like on TikTok or Instagram? And I guess now he's a bodybuilder and he looks jacked up as hell and he looks great. Jay Cutler.
No.
Have you seen him?
Are you
the quarterback?
No,
Bears legend?
No, hold on. I need you guys first. I may have just looked.
You might have got photoshopped.
No.
There is a bodybuilder named Jay Cutler.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Here's where I made the mistake. To think that was the same Jay Cutler of the Bears, who will go down as one of the biggest ass buckets ever. Like if you want to really irritate a Bear fan, start talking about Jay Cutler and what they gave for him and what they got for him and what they lost for him.
I mean, it's
a very sensitive topic.
He's the best quarterback in our history, so.
Yeah, and I sent you the Jay Cutler bodybuilder that you're talking about.
Let me hold on. Seth, I thought that this was Jay Cutler, like Jay Cutler, as in former Bear.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
Wait till you see this dude,
Mr.
This is what I thought, and I was like, well, why doesn't he go back and try to be a linebacker or something?
I think he was Mr. Olympia for a couple years.
Oh yeah, so I've been watching him and stuff, and I thought his face kind of looked like that. I'd be like, man, maybe he quit football and just be like, you know what? I don't want to be a quarterback. I want to start training to be, because even if you're a quarterback, you're an athlete.
Yes.
I mean, you're an athlete. Like the Terry Bradshaws and the Kenny Snake Stablers back then, when a guy could literally be smoking a cigarette on the side and go out there but in today's day and age of, Tom Brady really dialed in nutrition, and Patrick Mahomes and Lamar, all these great quarterbacks are all fundamentally great athletes. I mean, they're great athletes. Most of them are scratch golfers. And
they go beyond their sport. They're just good at everything.
If you're good enough to be an NFL quarterback, you're not just some, you're not
Peyton Manning.
He was probably the last unathletic guy. Him and Dan Marino.
Peyton Manning can still play golf. He's athletic.
I know. I understand that, but I mean, but if you look if you look at the athleticism of like a Patrick Mahomes or a Trevor Lawrence or the kid that plays for Baltimore, these guys fundamentally are good athletes. Back in the day, man, you could literally be not a bum, but you could be fat with a beer belly, smoking Marlboros on the way to practice and be the quarterback.
Be a mill worker.
Yeah. I mean, Terry Bradshaw, which I don't know how many championships Terry Bradshaw has. 4. But I don't know how athletic Terry Bradshaw really was back in the day. Yeah. And Kenny the Snake Stabler. Like, he just or Jim Plunkett.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Even guys like maybe, Vinny Testaverde or Trent Dilfer. Although I think Trent Dilfer was pretty thick.
Won a Super Bowl.
He put Big Dick, with the guy who worked for me, and he put him right down on the ground at the West Shore Mall and had him choked out.
He knew something, Bubba.
Dude, they're all athletes, man. They're college, they're pro, they're incredible specimens. Even the goofy the goofy quarterbacks that don't look like they have any athletic prowess are amazing athletes, and they can do everything. They can do pool, they can do golf.
Eli Manning beat you up, Dan?
Yeah, of course, man.
Really?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Especially with that big ass head as Eli.
Dude,
can't hurt him.
Yeah.
Man, as soon as a Manning headbutts you, you're done. I don't care who the hell you are. They got big ass heads on them.
I sat with him and Coach Gruden and had beers with him, and he's the funniest, nicest guy in the world. Really.
Eli?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I mean, really, look at Ty J. We all saw Ty J on Saturday, and he's really as thin as as he's ever been. He's really, really, really doing the in-shape nutritional deal. But you can just look at him. He played, on the highest level at the NFL as a tight end, which is a tough position to play. And he was predominantly used as a blocker, not a, so that's the less glamorous part of being a tight end. But he had to go down there and literally block guys like Reggie White and Brian Urlacher and things like that. So that's some tough lifting. And you saw him even at 50 some years old. Look how good Ty-J looked. Like if you were if you just looked inside where we were this past Saturday and you were to look around and just size all the men up, he clearly sticks out as the most baddest ass dude in the joint.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
And God, he's
that bucket hat softens him up though.
It does.
I think
and when he brings his handler, his wife, he's on his best behavior.
Sure is.
Yeah. She runs the show. Jeannie, I love her. By the way,
like Allstott's still an incredible specimen.
Oh my God! I saw
Rondé Barber.
I saw Allstott about a year ago. No, I saw him when I was traveling to India about a year ago. Remember?
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I was like, we were in the same Southwest cattle call. And I'm like, "What's up, Mike?" And he goes, "Hey, Bubba," and we're just kicking a little bit. I go, "God dang. What are you doing nowadays?" He goes, "Well, I was coaching high school football, but my kids are through now, and I'm just kind of just hanging out. Me and my wife golf a little bit, and I go to the gym and stuff." I'm like, "You go to the gym? You look like you're in better shape now than you did when you played."
Yeah, that body doesn't just say hanging out.
He said,
he's shredded.
Oh,
dude.
and so he's like, "Well, I am about 15 or 20 pounds lighter than when I needed to be a fullback. I needed to have that extra weight to run over a dude.
Mm-hmm.
At 205, you can run over some dudes, but at 238, you can run over some more dudes.
You run over
and he was
almost every dude.
He was always real fast for his size.
Yes.
That's where a lot of people misjudged Mike Allstott, and they thought that he was the standard slow fullback out of the back, whereas his first 10 steps were as fast as anybody.
Well, there's a couple highlights of him juking guys out of their shoes.
Oh,
and
I
it's
know.
Pretty awesome, considering he's the biggest guy on the field.
But
at
here's
the
the
time.
deal: but his first 10 steps were as fast as any running back in the league. Now then things slow down from there, but he was a stud.
He was a Ford Ranger with a helmet on.
God, no, he was an F-350 with a helmet on.
Yeah, he really was. He would just knock people on their ass.
You were the doctor when he was there, right?
Yes, I was.
Well, during practice, did they? No, I think the players. You might know more about this than I do, Seth. But I think the Players Association made it where they can't really hit that much. They can only hit like 13 times a year.
Yeah, but it wasn't like that in 2002 and 2003. They were hitting a lot more back then.
They were going actually most practices live on live, weren't they?
Yeah, a lot. The majority.
Ones on ones.
Yep.
And full speed.
Mm-hmm.
And so would he come through there sometimes and just knock the hell out of?
Yeah, especially like rookies. He'd like knock them on their ass.
When they were, did they? And on the.
But who else did that? Is the strong safety. John Lynch. Yeah, he would drill people, man. He knocked his brother-in-law out. Remember that play?
Yep.
He knocked his own brother-in-law.
John Allred from the Bears.
That's unbelievable.
He did?
Yes.
Yeah, he concussed him.
Yep.
Seth, of course, it was one of my Bears.
That was embarrassing when he knocks out his brother-in-law.
They're allowed 14 full contact.
Yeah, so here's
practice.
the deal. So they're only allowed from preseason or from the day of the season?
It's during the regular season, so they get 11, but 11 have to be in the first 11 weeks.
All right. So, Seth, they only have 14 full contact practices allowed by the league.
Yes.
On an 18-week season.
So there's some weeks that they are not allowed. They're just in helmets and shorts. They're not.
Yeah, doing walkthroughs and all that.
Walkthroughs and just 7-on-7.
That's most practices during the season, especially.
Hat drills, just easy stuff. Not easy stuff, but way easier than ones versus ones full contact, because that's the same as playing a game, is it not? When we practice football, every one of our practices might as well has been a game.
Oh, might as well.
Because we'd have 2 hours to practice, and they'd run probably 20 to 30 plays in those 2 hours. and make adjustments on defense and offense. But, I think the average play count for the NFL is like 45 a side. I think each team averages about 40 to 45 plays, I think.
I think it's closer to 60.
It's closer to 60?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're playing 40 plays during practice.
Yeah.
And that's three-quarters of a game. And, when you're practicing and you're fighting for your job, if you're out there just half-assing it, they just go, okay, Clem, Richie Seitz, you go in there, replace Clem at nose guard.
Yep.
Because I've been sloughing off, not doing well, not following through, giving up on the play. They'll just replace you.
Go get some water, Clem.
You get some water, Clem.
Think about it.
But there's probably fewer injuries, and more longevity on the players. And so I understand it's frustrating to get a season-ending injury in a practice.
You don't want your guys banging heads on a Wednesday after a Sunday.
You really don't. I mean, it's a great call. It really is.
It took a long time for the NFL to figure that out.
It took them. They've been around. No, the NFL's been around since 1921.
Like I said, it took them almost 100 years.
The NFL's been around since 1921.
Let's bang heads every day.
That's what Gianna wanted to do.
Think about it, stuff. Back in the days, like in the 60s and the 70s, and maybe they probably did go ones-on-ones every day.
Well, I know why that's
poor
what,
guys.
There's
That's
a
why
lot
they
of,
are autistic and stuff.
I don't remember if it's Dick Butkus or R.I.P. or Mike Ditka, but somebody's fighting to get all the former guys paid. They might have won that lawsuit already, but yeah, a lot of guys just got completely messed up back in the day.
Right.
I'm not saying it's because of the practice, but.
It's a tough sport, man, and it does wear and tear on the athletes, unlike almost any other sport except for combat sports.
Even if you don't practice during the week, the nicks and the nicks and scrapes and just the hits to your body while you're playing your weekly game, your one, which you can't eliminate that. That's the sport in itself. But even Dan, just by week 7 or 8, don't you have almost every guy on the offensive line's got some kind of nagging?
They all do
something.
Yeah, they all
whether
do.
it's a super sore shoulder, but it's not hindering you enough to go out and play the game. Whether it's you got a sore knee, a sore hip. There's just everybody on the team has taken. By week 6, you've taken 8. By week, you've taken 6 games worth of, full on. These guys start getting all nicked up, don't they?
They do, and almost every game, everyone gets hurt a little bit, but it really depends on the record, because as a team sucks, when you have a team that's like 8-2, those injuries just keep piling, and people that would normally be like, I'll be all right, I'll be like, oh, dude, my pinky, it's I don't know if I can play.
There was a new Netflix series out called Receiver that follows around wide receivers, kind of like how they did
hold on, it's brand new, isn't it, buddy?
Yeah,
it's brand new.
Yep, same people that did the quarterback one last year.
Did you watch it?
I've seen bits and pieces
because I've been
of it.
contemplating on maybe watching it in the next couple nights.
There's some good stuff. They got
Devontae Adams in there.
Yeah, we get to see how much he hates the Raiders and how much he's getting his ass beat every game.
Ty J said Tortorella was his jam, so
Tortorella. Ty J said, "Man, I'd go in there and say, Coach, my shoulder's all messed up, man. They'd shoot Tortorella in there." He said, and he goes, "I'd go out and play like $1 million." He goes, "But literally, when I was laying in bed that night, it would all catch up to me.
Yeah, 8 hours wears off.
All the damage that I had did to an already injured shoulder, but they shot me up with the Jesus juice to get me through the game." He goes, "All I did that entire game was just, make whatever injury I have worse because I can't feel it, and I'm going 100%." And he goes, "I'd be laying in bed some days, and I couldn't get up."
Yeah, I believe it. We had a line of players getting their Toradol shots by the end of the season every year.
Really?
Like 15 people.
Now, do you
18
shoot?
people.
Do you shoot the Toradol in the ass?
Usually, some guys want it in the arm, but most people get it in the butt.
And what is Toradol?
It's a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, so it's like super Motrin. So you don't have a psychological deficit like you would with a narcotic, but it absolutely takes the pain away.
So it's not a narcotic at all.
Nope, not. It's not. No.
It's like liquid Motrin.
Yes.
Can we get some? Seth, I'm brave for some Toradol.
Where all over?
Dan's a doctor. Bring us in
60 milligrams in the ass.
Really? Let's do it.
Truck.
Can you imagine if we do a show on Toradol?
Yeah.
mean, what he said it's super Motrin, right? It's like make you woozy.
It doesn't make you woozy.
Yeah.
I mean, some people, the first time they get it, they get a little bit lightheaded for like 20 minutes, but it doesn't make you woozy.
Does it make you just loose and just be like,
makes everything work. It's it's like oil for the Tin Man.
Yeah. When we come back, we're going to start breaking down the fact that I think I don't know if I misread this or not, but something to do with Elon Musk is proposing to give $45 million a month away as part of a super PAC for Donald Trump.
Yes, he's endorsing Trump.
And at $45 million a month,
that's a crazy amount of money.
Is that to bring Trump back to Twitter?
I don't. You know what? It should.
It should.
You should say, listen. Listen, Donald should come back to Twitter.
Is it to shut down Truth Social?
I mean, it's hard to know what it could be, but that's all brilliant. Those are all brilliant proposals.
And it looks like he just donated $100,000 to the firefighter that died at Trump's rally.
Oh my God, that is so cool.
That's great.
Elon Musk did that?
Yes, he did.
That dude's cool.
He's cutting good promos, man.
Remember when he went over to the Ukraine and everybody got their internet knocked off? He put all of his Starlink systems in there, so the Ukrainian people actually have better internet now than they did before their apartment building got blown up.
Sure do.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Oh, fucking 16 minutes. Oh, buddy.
What up, Brian? What up, Kostika? I got your text message. Glad you gave those guys a chance. Did I already say hi to Brian? I think I did. Nuh-uh. Lummy, are you in here? Ned's Rusty Taint said that Woe Vicky spoke at the convention last night. Like early? Like before they showed it on TV? Oh, Amber Rose. Okay, there you go.
She was at the Republican National Convention.
Yeah. No, I thought they were talking about Woe Vicky, but they were talking about Amber Rose. That's right. Okay, cleared up.
Yeah, she made like a 5-minute speech or some shit.
What up, Tile Guru? All right, that makes sense. I only saw Marjorie Taylor Greene. Then they let a regular person talk, which whatever.
In the power pivot.
Yeah, I mean the regular people. We know the struggles, blah blah. Blah. And then
Didn't Tim Scott speak?
I fell asleep. I was gonna say that why they let Woe Vicky talk. Someone must have fucking canceled. What up, Nick? What up, Sicilian Redneck? Honestly, at this point, Donald Trump could bring up Woe Vicky and it wouldn't even be that crazy considering he got shot.
Stumpy 62, 51 months.
mean, Donald Trump might fucking ride a fucking horse on stage. Who knows?
He should.
Gotta make an entrance. Like fucking WrestleMania. What up, Cracker Chris? Yeah, I got you airtight. I'll text you. They keep saying that this will take whatever, but I'm going to have them really just hone in on what exactly they want. So I'll get you. I got you, Joe. Don't even sweat it. I even thought about it yesterday. I was like, I gotta talk to those guys what they need. Yeah, because I don't think we have much more time to get supplies. What's up, Berto? Hope you're good, man. I feel like I haven't seen or talked to you in a while. Thanks, Pinkin1088. I was feeling sad. Are white stallions real? Because I mean that'd be good. Then he has a piece. Then he just has a drip of his blood that just falls on the white stallion. That's the official horse of America.
Just 60.
Anyways, thanks, Pinkerton. That's cool. That's nice of you to say.
Then it's too. I'd like to know what his political budget is a year.
He's the biggest export from Warsaw, Indiana.
Oh, yeah! Bubba the Love Sponge.
Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
We all have a heartfelt reason to support our blood pressure. In fact, more than half of the U.S. population would benefit from some type of blood pressure support. And Super Beat Heart Chews are an easy and convenient way to support heart-healthy pressure. They even promote heart-healthy energy. And you pair that with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. 30,000 5-star reviews and counting. I think I said yesterday, Lummy, that I saw on TV, because Super Beat Heart Chews are active on sporting events.
Yes,
they know their audience. They know that men are the ones that consume these. Well, women can too, but it's kind of geared toward a men's deal.
Well, men tend to have higher blood pressure than women too.
Exactly. We tend to be, more blood pressure specific, need help with.
Yes.
And so I saw they've been running on a lot of sporting events and stuff, and I saw that 130 professional and college teams promote and use Super Beat Heart Chews for their athletes.
I saw that.
Double the potential with your Super Beat Heart Chews. Get a free 30-day supply of Super Beat Heart Chews and 15% off your first order by going to getsuperbeats.com.
Promo code Bubba.
That's GET, Get Super Beats, BEETS, getsuperbeats.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Promo code Bubba. Thanks. Dan, I really think that Morgan Auto Group could be big.
Yeah, I agree. Let's do that together. I'm ready for that.
Well, I don't know if I'm gonna do it with you because you'll try to get a free.
I won't try to get free nothing. I got my stuff, man. I don't need that.
You gotta take care of me, okay?
I'm trying to take care of you, Bubba. Have I ever not taken care of you?
No, I know, but sometimes I got you, man. You're warming your way to getting my connect there.
I got you.
And then because he might start liking you better because you actually buy his products, and I'm just asking for a sponsorship.
Yeah, but you can actually give him value. I mean, I buy one car, you can sell him 100 cars.
Well, there you see. That's why I need you there. Like, Lummy, I don't know why, how anybody could have any heat with Elon Musk. Like, let me ask you a question. Just collectively, from Rhett to Mach to Cantrell to
what about auto manufacturers?
Kush. I personally really like the dude. I think he gets involved in some great causes. I think that I love the way he came in and bought Twitch or Twitter and made it and opened it wide up I like how I think he's probably one of the very few people that puts his money where his mouth is with regards to protecting the First Amendment. He's very philanthropic. I mean, we just found out that he wrote a $100,000 check to the slain firefighter's wife from the Trump assassination. I mean, what if there's something like, what do the people that hate Elon Musk say? Because I can't find a chink in his armor. What do they say? Like, why
he was the champion of the liberals with his electric car company. And then as soon as he started thinking outside of the box, they vilified him. And so anyone that does anything that supports anything contrary to the Democratic platform is now vilified.
I know, but like, I'm just saying, what's that? I'm sorry, Red, go ahead.
I quickly Googled a couple of reasons I got here.
Please do.
He has manipulated the price of Tesla stock and Dogecoin over the years.
All right.
At one point, he promised to take payments in Bitcoin, and then he quickly reversed his position after he made a quick profit. He lied about the roof tile solar panels ever existing.
I mean, but that's not like fundamentally, hey, I mean, you know.
He constantly lies about every project he's involved with. He abandoned his child after they came out as trans. And he endorses rampant hate speak on Twitter. Those seem like the major ones.
Seems like some pretty good stuff to me.
He's got like 10 kids, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's got a ton.
He should keep reproducing. His kids are gems.
I'm just telling you, man. I like the guy. I really like the guy, and supposedly he's now pledging $45 million a month to Donald Trump's super PAC. And I mean, I would say out of everybody in America, he's probably the most public all-in for Trump. Would you not agree?
Well, I think this is new. I believe before there was reports that he was giving money to a campaign, and he said that he wasn't giving money to any campaign. I don't know if he came out and said he was going to be neutral, but I wasn't expecting him to endorse anybody.
Yeah, remember,
Seth, I thought he was just kind of dabble in it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he's got opinions, but it looks like he's all in on Trump right now.
Yeah.
Well, he really explained it well with a cartoon when he said, I've stayed in this one position, and the left keeps going so far left that now I've become closer to the right, even though
we saw that.
That was really fundamentally shows how he's evolved.
But that wasn't an endorsement of a particular candidate. That was just how our politics have shifted, and where they've shifted. We've stayed the same, no matter you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, you're a conservative, you're whatever. You've probably pretty much stayed the same. If not, as you get older, some people tend to get more conservative as they get older, and some people, I've found myself getting a little more liberal.
Me too.
As I get older.
Me too, and yet I'm still further and further away from the current Democrat platform.
I find myself way more liberal than I used to be, but yet I'm the furthest thing from a Democrat.
Exactly. It's weird, and so that's kind of what Elon Musk was trying to explain, that he embraced a lot of what
maybe we're Republicats.
Yes, we are Republicats.
There's a new thing. Republicats. So what was he saying again?
Well, he was just saying that his what was formerly considered to be a liberal philosophy has become more conservative because the liberals have gone so far left. And he really did one thing, and one thing that's the most important thing that I think has happened to America.
With regards to Elon Musk.
Right. And that is really embracing free speech on Twitter/X.
I mean, he's the only person. Facebook didn't take a wide sweeping, we're going to unban all these people. Nope. I mean, Instagram, nope. No other social media platform that's a major player in the space. And one would think that Twitter, I think, might be, arguably, Seth, where does Twitter rank in the social media games? Are they they're at the probably the very top?
As far as just users or making money?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Facebook.
Not making money, just straight eyeballs.
Facebook, Instagram, I would say, and then Twitter.
Okay. So they're a major player in the deal.
Yeah.
Yes.
And nobody else has come up, and none of the other players in the space have said, you know what, I'm going to unban all these people that got banned for political reasons or for whatever kind of reasons. I'm going to unban it, and it's truly going to be, you're going to be able to speak your mind. To the point where
both sides.
Yeah, both sides.
Both sides, fairly. You guys can work it out here.
I don't know if this would have got you banned back in the day, but there's when President Trump got shot, there were all these people that were saying, oh my God, learn how to aim, and you had just one responsibility, you buffoon, and that was one shot. There were reactionary, really, really disappointing videos that the gunman was not successful.
And disgusting, but they have a right to say that.
Right. I mean, like I'm saying, like, if you're going to say those things, well, first of all, there's not a lot of places that are going to even let you say those things. Secondly, the only places seem to let you say those things are TikTok, because it's from China, and Twitter/X, because Elon has truly lifted the
thumb on the scale.
Yeah, the censorship, if you will.
Right.
And so, but God, I do have to tell you, and I have stood behind unpopular speech and been a crusader for the First Amendment. Dan's brother Jay has defended it and has defended the First Amendment in a courtroom, in a court proceeding. So I really know what the First Amendment means to me. And as much as I want to come through the screen and choke out that bitch that's saying, oh my God, we had one shot of free, as much as I want to be mad at that bitch, she has every right to say that. She does. It's disgusting. It's vile. And it's not because it was Donald Trump. It's disgusting and it's vile because it was the office. It was a former president and potentially next president. And we don't have enough compassion in our hearts to not like an opponent, but not kill him.
Right.
And then as an opinion, when you're on your social media platform, when the assassination was not successful, the couth, the patriotic, being an American. And I hated Jimmy Carter.
Right.
I thought Jimmy Carter was the worst president. I was like in 5th or 6th grade, and people were like, Carter sucks. And he did. Carter sucked.
Horrible.
But you know what? I did never did I wish that Jimmy Carter get shot.
Nor would you celebrate an attempt on his life.
And had he got shot, and I wouldn't have been out the playground going, woo, woo, Carter almost got shot. Carter almost got, because you know what? The teachers would beat your ass down.
Yep. Mm-hmm. It's disgusting. But
It's like our generation has become less and less polite and less care mindful of still being a patriotic American. We can hate our president, or disagree with him, I should say. Hate's a strong word. But, I can say that I hate Joe Biden.
You can hate him.
I can hate him.
Go for it. Hate him. It's okay. It's okay.
Doesn't mean that I don't want a fair election to happen on November 5th, and there's none of these stupid games of recounting and lost ballots and all this. I want it to be clean. I want it to be fair. I don't care. I mean, if it's clean and fair, I wish the winner all the success in the world, and you're my president for the next 4 years. Even if it was Joe Biden, now, I might make fun of you. But I don't want you to get shot.
Nope.
And if you do get shot, I'm going to champion or be disappointed because you didn't die.
Nope.
Like, I just don't understand why we are that mean-spirited. Where did it go wrong? Where, I think I think it probably go along the lines of the cancel society.
I think I have an answer too. You're not gonna like it.
All right.
Society has evolved recently, and it's not the first time it's evolved like this. And there's this absence and abandonment and almost disdain for religion. And I understand, Bubba, that you think it's a big scam, but when I'm sitting in church Saturday afternoon at 4:30 on a beach day in Ocean City. And my mom wanted us to all go to church together because, when my grandparents died 35 years ago, she had stained glass windows made, honoring my grandparents. And she wanted to, and I wanted to see Mrs. Manco, the old lady that's retired, because she was going to be at that mass. And I'm sitting there in the pew, and I got the Mancos next to me, and I got my family to my other side of me, and I'm sitting there and just kind of wondering, why are these people here, and what is the value of religion? But what it is its civility. And religion, almost all religions really emphasize civility. It gives us a
But
reason
that's the problem.
to be nice to our our fellow man.
The church attendances are dwindling
drastically
at an alarming rate, and it's just like, listen, whether it's church or it's going to that restaurant and getting your favorite meal. You know what people are doing now? They're not going to the restaurant. They're Ubering it to them, and they're not going to church. I can watch church I can stream church. Not that I do any of this, but I do know some people that are very religious that don't go to church but stream they stay home on Sunday and they put on their big screen TV, and their church, their mega church that they belong to, streams their sermon live on their YouTube channel, and they watch and attend church that way. And you no longer have to go to your favorite restaurant and pick up that meal. You just Uber Eats it. So we're taking the physicality out of everything, being present. The being present part of our lives are now gone. You don't have to be there to still do what you want to do, including church.
And that is all, again, deteriorating our civility towards one another, because people are losing the ability to interact in a civil way. They don't have to. They do virtual school. They do virtual church. They do virtual meetings. Everything. They do virtual food, just like you said, Bubba. No one goes out. And people talk by text. No one goes out and talks to somebody face to face and has a conversation like we did for millennia. So we're losing the ability to do that.
So my question is this. One of the articles I was going to talk about was who was Matthew Crooks? And it goes, for the little that they know about this kid, they go through a little bit of a timeline as to who this guy was. He was a registered Republican. He had donated $15 to a liberal campaign group called Act Blue in 2021. The gun was registered to his father. That's how they were able to trace out who this person was. Thomas Crooks, the sniper, didn't have any ID on him, didn't have anything, so they had to take the registration off the gun or the gun serial number, and his dad purchased it properly as it was registered, and they unwound this guy's identity from that. Now, that being said,
and his dad was a Democrat, and his mom was a Libertarian, so
right, and so, but here's my question. If this, and by the way, they said, I've seen articles, and I think I'll play them here in a minute, where I've gotten 4 or 5 articles where I want to play, where people that are familiar with sniping and marksmanship, former Army Rangers and former Army snipers and former special ops and SEAL Team 6 and all these, you see all these guys, and every one of them says that a 150-yard shot with a AR type rifle scoped is elementary at best.
Yep.
It's like first week of gun training type deal. If you know how to chamber your gun and properly look through your sight, and you're under the age of 80 and you got a steady hand, let alone a ledge to hold that rifle, that shot's made 9 times out of 10.
Yes.
And so, it's not nobody can say, oh, well, the guy couldn't do it. It couldn't have been the Matthew Cox guy because it was a pretty tricky shot. No,
at all.
It wasn't a tricky shot at all. There were so many different failures, on this situation. So my question before I go into words, Lummy, is this: if this Matthew Crooks guy, age 20, very limited gun skill training, he wasn't. Some of these weirdos are skilled on guns. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
They belong to their local gun range, and they go, it's shooting Saturdays. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's more people that are more proficient with guns than others. This guy seemed to be a rookie at best. This guy who attempted to kill Donald Trump. Now, if this guy, this one dude, this 20-year-old bullied loner who works in the diet department of the nursing home, if that guy got that close to killing somebody, one of the 3 most important people running for the highest office, which Robert F. Kennedy just as of yesterday finally got some type of. They probably sent her that FUPA bitch and a couple of her friends. That's all he gets. Hey, Robert, good news and bad news. Okay, well, give me the bad news first. Bad news is, well, let me give you the good news. The good news is, what's the good news? Good news is we got your Secret Service, buddy.
All right.
Oh, great. Oh, great. Bad news is it's the 3 FUPA bitches that just got thrown off of Trump's detail. I'll take them. So
did they all have FUPAs?
No.
Okay,
no, just the one.
I just want to get some of the facts out there.
Yeah,
okay.
but it's the
you can't put a FUPA on a non-FUPA lady.
One of them was actually pretty attractive.
Yeah,
the one that actually.
Now the truth comes out.
No,
nice butt.
No, but one of them that actually had hands on Trump, actually doing her job correctly, unlike FUPA bitch who was crouched down.
Yeah,
but the one Secret Service woman did a perfect job, and she was attractive,
and she was tall.
Right, like she
should have been there. She should have been there. FUPA bitch shouldn't have been there.
Right. So now, if this 20-year-old who wasn't an athlete, didn't have a ton. I mean, I guess we really don't know what type of intel he had or what type of scouting he did, but it's reported that he did go out and scout the area a little bit. But this is my question before I go to words, and this should really make people think. If something so rudimentary as the plan and motivation that this Matthew Crooks guy had at age 20, I mean, think about how sophisticated some of the terrorists that are probably in our country currently, how sophisticated they are than just one dude showing up on top of a roof, climbing the roof, scoping the president out, getting off 3 rounds before they can finally smoke you. That's as rudimentary. Like, that's his plan. Drive my car to the event, try to probably park as close as I can to the building, scale the building, get out my rifle, and shoot. Those are the plans.
He only fired off 3 rounds and shot 2 people in the head.
No, I think he shot 8 rounds.
Oh,
yeah,
which is unconscionable.
So hold on. If our Secret Service sucks so bad, and the leader of our Secret Service doesn't have to pay for this, which I'm going to get into my next article as to why she is even the head of the Secret Service. Do you know why? Because she was one of Jill's best friends. This woman had 27 years on this Kimberly Cheadle bitch, and she was specifically Jill Biden's top bodyguard when Jill was the first lady. So, like, she's not even this is nepotism. This is borderline nepotism as to why this agency is so screwed by the leader that's directing it and Kimberly Cheadle. Like, she
has no business being there.
Right.
No business.
You think she updated her LinkedIn yesterday?
So what happens?
She defiantly said, I'm not going anywhere.
Hold on. So what happens when you just don't have one dude that's kind of stupid that slept through the cracks, but you have a high-level terrorist group that's very well funded with all types of counter surveillance, just way more weaponry and intel than this dumbass 20-year-old. There are some sophisticated people and sophisticated bad guys out there that don't like our president.
Right. What if it's like, the equivalent of Russia's SEAL Team 6 or China's SEAL Team 6, and they send a couple, special forces type guys over here, a team of 4 guys. They could take out anything from 600 yards.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is this, though. If this guy, this crappy ass dude, can get this close, a half an inch to killing our president, what happens when you got a highly organized terrorist group that has multiple shooters in multiple different areas to all go off at once, or to get that bomb, that's close enough underneath the bleachers to... Now, listen, I am in no way, shape, or form wishing for this or asking for this. I'm only speaking my mind as to, if you were well more organized and had more time to plan than this kid did, and this kid got this close, how bad is it?
I mean, Trump needs to call for the Pope-mobile. You know what I mean? He needs to be in like a complete bulletproof plastic bubble just about. I'd be concerned.
Because here's the deal. If I'm Donald Trump, you don't think that Donald Trump has not had the premonition or thought during, I don't know, this happened Saturday night for the 72, however many hours it's been, that, I just want to tell you right now that I bet you it was an inside job. Joe called up Kim. Kim told the boys, don't give me the best protection. I mean, you don't.
Look the other way.
If I can think that way, and you can think that way, you don't think Donald Trump can think that way?
Of course, and he must be petrified that his own people may be trying to expose him.
Kill him.
And kill him.
I saw Dan Bonagino yesterday to say, listen, the problem, it might have been him. It was an expert in this area, and he was a major conservative talking head. But he said, listen, here's the problem. The problem isn't the fact that this guy, a 20-year-old kid, almost killed the president, and there was all types of missteps and mistakes made and not identifying him correctly enough, and him even being able to breach to get that close. But he said that's not just coincidental that so many breaches of protocol just all happened together. He said, this is what Dan Bonagino said, is that there could be a bad guy in the Secret Service woodpile that is, working in concert with hard telling who to let an event slip through the cracks like this. You might have a mole in the Secret Service.
Or just like some of those staffers, Jay's here, or some of those staffers that just are so against him. Remember, during his presidency, he had people in the White House that were just submarining him and undermining him, and there could be just one person in his Secret Service detail that just doesn't like him.
Listen, I mean, Seth will be the first. Let him speak if you could, please. And that is, Seth will tell you right now, just us we're not even running for president, but man, the level of hate that we obtain, and we're not even running for president. We're just trying to, get you out of a few dollars each day and put on a show, make you laugh a little bit, make you think. We're not even the president, and we know how much you don't think that if one of the most hating they would want to assassinate me? Hell yeah. I mean, have we not had in the last 2 years, 2 crazy people come to the gate that tried to kill me?
Yes.
One was a former police officer that had just got out of prison and had killed 2 people. Kenneth Kimberlin, and came to the radio station to confront me.
A Democrat.
And I don't know. Yeah, I'm way late. Thank you. And then the second one being this. I'm just going to talk about my 2 death threats. And the second one being some kook job that comes out to the studio on Saturdays and starts messing with the gate and taking our trash bags and hanging them on our fence and saying, death to Bubba and all this kind of deal. Remember that, Lummy?
Yeah.
I mean, that was the easiest case ever. I mean, I finally won a case. I just handed the video over to the judge, and I was like, what else does there have to say? Guy's destroying my gate, and he wants to kill me. I mean,
pretty simple.
Yeah, well, we won that one too, Lummy. So, I mean, if I got 2 people in Tampa, Florida trying to kill me, think about how many people Donald Trump's got trying to kill him. But they don't have the balls to go out and do it like this kid did. But can you imagine if they really do have the balls and they're highly trained and they're highly more skillful than this person? We're in trouble.
Yeah, fortunately, most of the people that are that far left are such snowflakes are afraid to come out of their own basement.
No, but what Bubba's saying is so true, and that is, what if we had a trained assassin?
Yeah.
What if you have a trained, a Chinese
or
nationalist or Russian
Iranian.
nationalist or whatever, any of the
and look at all the ones that have come in. Look at all the. I mean, you can do reports on immigration, and it's been an influx of Chinese and a lot of smart people, not just these disheveled families that have they're carrying their kid
unskilled.
But these are like normal looking dudes that are getting into our country. And listen, if a 20-year-old can do this, what can they do?
You were talking about his harebrained scheme this morning. They were saying he literally bought the ladder the day of. He bought a 5-foot ladder the day of and brought it in, and no one said, "Hey, this is weird."
And told his dad, "Hey, can I borrow a gun? I'm going to the range." I mean, it was so easy for him to put this together at the last minute.
Yeah. I gotta get your words.
Yes.
Back in a minute. Hold on.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
I'm good, man. How's it going?
Good. All good. How you doing, Bubba?
Good.
Frank Rational. What's up, everybody? I mean, you would think that once he's up in that corner like that, that's going to be plugged. He's like walking, like getting up and moving. It's insane. Screaming, it almost got anything. That's when he shot and done.
They don't know much about this kid, do they?
No, which is so weird too. And that always makes me suspicious.
Yeah. What up, Panda?
What's up, Iggy? The Brian Gilson. Good morning, everybody. J-Dog, what up?
You're the man, Iggy. Thank you. Iggy, can I hire you to be my internet bodyguard?
Pig, what up?
I'm getting internet shots.
Hippie. Snezuki, what up?
The thing is that they've run out of people to sing the national anthem. I mean, you ran out. Now they just got to play a recording of it. What up, J-Dog? Thank you.
Boy, the national anthem is just an opportunity to shit the bed, because if you do it well, no one really cares.
Right. I'm guessing this poor girl couldn't hear herself or something. I mean...
What up, Sicilian Redneck? How you doing, buddy?
I need the deluxe package, Iggy. I need protection on all social medias, all emails. Oh. Yeah.
For that particular threat. I was getting.
I would imagine you might be, and I'm sure your organization will be very interested to
30
What up,
seconds
Crack
before
Chris?
that, I was on the other side of the stage shooting with a longer lens, shooting more
What up,
18
Thurman?
pictures of him speaking.
I would imagine you might be, and I'm sure your organization will be
Fuck
very
yeah, get it,
interested
Attack
to
of the
learn a little
Dog.
bit more about the security situation, because you are
What up,
vulnerable
Cooper
there
Lips?
too. You're in what's called the well,
Yeah,
I'm assuming,
yeah,
so
down
that
there.
you're right there, and there was line of sight to you as well.
But he was
Mike
yelling
Thurman, what up, buddy?
Tell us about
other aides, which was heroic. They're going to have to take him off
Yeah, I
somewhere,
was
so I went to this
at
closest
hearings
step,
and
sticking
was
out
traveling a
here.
little bit. And then ended up.
I don't want my Secret Service to be secret, though. I want everybody to know.
Tell you what, I want the Secret Service detail they had last night. Did you see those guys? They were all like 6'5". They were all taller than him. And there was, did you see how many more there were? Yeah. What should they? It was like, there were like 20 guys over.
Trump personally took all their body fat percentages before he signed them up.
It made him arm wrestle.
He wants the best of the best, yeah.
That's exactly.
It's like gladiator shit. Like
That would be amazing.
Yeah, you really gotta fucking make sure you get the right person now.
We who are about to die salute you.
The Apprentice Secret Service edition. He did do vice presidential thing like The Apprentice though. Marco Rubio. Just
Thanks,
says
Iggy.
he's been advised he's not the vice president for the literally 5 minutes.
One at a time. Every 20 minutes.
Tim Scott just got notified. He's not it.
Oh,
He's the biggest Longhorn Steakhouse groupie. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
A couple quick topics before we get into what everybody's talking about, and that is obviously the assassination attempt on Donald Trump Saturday. I don't think that anybody's going to forget that. And I mean, I think it's one of those red letter moments. You'll remember where you were when Trump got shot. Who's
sorry? That was my fault. There's just a lot of things that were going on right now.
I mean, why would you bell me up?
I didn't mean to. I was moving it, so I didn't.
You what?
Didn't mean to. We just have a lot of things going on out there, and I was moving my bell, so I didn't hit it. I'm sorry.
You mean you got a lot of things going? When you say I got a lot of things going on out there, does that mean outside of the studios, in the building, the different projects and stuff you might be handling, even whilst trying to be a co-host?
Kind of. There was just something weird outside that I'm getting with Macho on.
Hold on.
That truck?
Yes.
That was the delivery. He's leaving.
Okay.
He's still not there? He's still there?
Was that the Uber Eats guy?
Yeah.
Was it?
You mean the big white truck when I pulled
Let me
in?
ask to be security here, so he's got his.
Well, when I walked up to him,
one of his screens is a perimeter of the building.
We keep getting penetrated by Uber Eats. They keep penetrating the building.
Okay, well, sorry. There's a lot of trash, and then when I kind of started walking up to him and asked Macho, he started slowly pulling out and then watching us.
Watching. So
the
you're
white
saying
truck that when I pulled in, the guy that was in
the
front,
white
like where I
truck
would
that
normally
pulled
park?
out, watched you watching himself leave.
I didn't see the truck. I just assumed Bubba Army.
Are they still in there? Still there?
No, there's someone walking up to the gate, though.
That's what I'm just saying. There was just something really strange that was going on out there.
He walked away.
Is there a strange feel? Is there a strange?
Give me your gun, Bubba.
Let
me go.
Like, is there some stuff? I know the merch crick's not here right now.
You getting scared?
No, but I mean, she's the one that keeps the building secure from a rooftop sniper position. She knows from her
line of sight.
From her merchandise little thing upstairs. She can just look and she can see the gate. She can see the one side of the parking lot and then the front side of the parking lot. Clear up until the basketball goal to the front desk to the front door. So it's like she can see anything that's happening. And usually she's up there, but she had to take my mom to the doctor today. So she's taking Janie Cakes to the doctor. So right now,
Just a checkup?
Some kind of deal she had done, but it's on the checkup. It's on the checkups scene. Okay. But right now we're Lummy, you're not available to fight for the building, and you can't. You have to do a show, so you can't keep constant surveillance. Although one of your screens has all four corners.
We can send Gary out there.
Macho Man, he always has his monitor up for the building too, but he's doing various things.
Go talk to that guy.
Is he still out there?
Oh, did you see what he wants?
Do I need to go out there?
Is there a guy out front?
I guess there was a guy. I don't know. This white truck, whatever it was. When I started walking up, and I asked Andy or Macho, sorry, like what was going on. He was like, I have no idea. So I walked to my truck. I was actually going to, because I didn't want to walk up to the truck. So I grabbed my gun. And then he's like slowly pulled out and then took off and then sat at the stop sign and like stared off toward the gate.
I sent Gary out there to risk his life. We'll see if he's still there.
So we got
I don't think he's there.
Some suspect white pickup truck that's casing the joint.
It was inside the fence when I got here.
Oh.
It was inside the gate.
Yeah, he was just sitting there. I was out there with Jay. I said hi to Jay when he got here.
Yeah.
He was sitting there with his door open. Maybe
I need to get a hold of Adam from Fender Works, and we turn the 04 Crown cop car back into a cop car, and then we have like a mannequin sitting at the door.
Decoy.
Like the windows are heavily tinted, but you put the cop lights back on it, and then he's just right there that little where the dumpster area is.
Yeah. Right, that little pocket.
That little pocket over there. He's just over there sitting. Right?
Right.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Paying attention.
That or actually, let me. You could park the cop car actually in the driveway that we pull into. Just put it as far close to the, to the opposite side of the keypad, and you can still easily get your car in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Put a cop car right there, so the bad guys think we got cop surveillance. Just hopefully nobody goes up and knocks on the window and needs help because the guy's just a mannequin.
We can get that Trump one from 4G Auto Blow.
Well, I actually think we're pretty secure here. You'd have to break through the gate.
All right, don't tell him how to do it, Bubba.
Using the code.
The manifesto by Bubba.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, you're gonna get shot if you try to come in here. Hold on. I have 2 guns with me right now.
Unless you got smoothies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that guy was done. It's just you and I were done, Seth. Bubba would have lived in that ordeal, but you and I were done.
So Dan's got a gun. Dan, do you have a gun actually on you right now?
It's in my car.
See?
Yeah, mine's in my car too. I would have before when it was Kenneth Cumberland time or whatever. I had it around me all the time.
You guys should always have them in here. In this volatile of an environment, you should be. I mean,
I got my brass knucks.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all we need.
So, Lummy, can we keep eyeball or have Gary Cantrell or somebody go out there and look at see what the suspected white pickup truck may be doing?
He's not out there anymore, but Macho's pulling up the footage now. We're watching this guy pull up. We're just trying to see how he gets in. So he pulls up to the gate. The gate's closed. He backs up a little bit. I mean, this is in real time, so it might take him a minute, but I'm curious. Macho's got it here. Because next thing you know, he's inside. He pulls up to the gate.
He had like a bunch of random trash in his
he had like a bunch of crap in the bed of his truck.
Like he was picking up trash around the area.
Maybe he thought we were doing a curb alert again.
So what was he doing? Did he actually get inside the gate?
Yes. Well, yeah, that's what I'm waiting to see. So for the longest time, he didn't. He's at the
parked behind
keypad.
Dan's car.
When I started slowly, walking up to him to figure out what he took off, he had lights on.
Typing on the keypad.
All right, so did he actually type the keypad to get in?
That's what it looks
and
like.
he's a delivery guy.
And so, if he did he deliver something here?
He delivered the smoothies and then probably just took his time leaving, which is kind of weird for Uber Eats
Dan
to do.
Smoothies.
Once again.
Leave it to Dan's Smoothies. What took you down? Dan's narcissistic. God forbid I have one hungry ounce of hungriness. I have to be full at all times.
Yeah, I can't intermittent fast.
I mean, God forbid.
1 ounce of hungriness.
I just can't walk around a little bit hungry. I must be not hungry at all times, bitch. And that means dispatching $46 worth of protein milkshakes daily.
So, this guy opened the gate by himself at 8:20. Jay got here at 8:27.
Yep.
8:28. Walked in the studio at 8:30, and he was still here.
What time did
So
the
at that
smoothies come,
point-
Dr.
so
D?
Did he deliver smoothies out of his truck? Have you seen that footage yet?
We're about to. I mean, he just parked in this video here. Gate's still open. He moves forward a little bit.
It looked to me like when you have work going on in the front part, and I just assumed it was a Bubba Army guy. It looked like someone's truck, and it looked like they were actually, the door was open. I saw the guy standing and inside of his truck. His feet were outside the truck. But I can't believe I just assumed it was somebody that was okay. But he was just.
All we need to know is if he was a drop-off driver for Dan's stupid-ass smoothies or not. If he was, and we don't have anything to worry about, he just probably stayed in the parking lot
waiting for his next
call. It was
call.
not Dan's Smoothies, but he seemingly dropped something off.
Oh hell!
All right, so did he drop off? Is he a driver? Is he a part-time driver for Amazon?
He had garbage in the back of his truck. He looks homeless. How did he get here?
It was an older Dodge.
What type of package did he leave?
It's like a 2012 white Dodge. I don't know. I can't tell in the camera. He's just out of frame, but we can see him walking back into his truck and then sitting in the driver's seat with the door open for like 15 minutes.
All right, man. But did he did drop off a package in the
Jay
front?
comes in, gate opens up again, guy still sitting there. 8:26.
All right, I'm asking.
What did he drop off? What package?
Did he
Don't
drop?
touch it.
I don't know.
Everybody, just let me ask a question.
Gary, go grab the package.
We're scared, Bubba.
Shake it up, Shake it up a little.
No. I just want to know.
Outside.
How about take a picture?
Outside.
Take a picture of the package.
Poke it with a stick.
So did he drop off a package? Yes or no?
He walked up to the door. Macho's gonna go double check now. We're watching the playback.
All right, I'm way late, aren't I?
Yes, you
way
are.
late. Let's see.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
We got cameras out there, Pippi. We got a camera on the road. Can we post the security footage on YouTube? Would people want to watch it? What up, Lunger? What up, Chicken Bones Jones? What up, Rubs? Bobcats, that's fucking scary. I don't know if he still has the moped, Jason. I feel like I haven't seen it in a long time. I'm recording Pigmentation today, Todd. I just haven't found a good day to release it.
We'll probably should change the gate code, I guess, because he didn't deliver anything and he needs a gate code.
Well, we need to change the gate code. All right. And do you know how to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll give you the...
Tell me what you want it to be.
Okay.
What up, Kabuki? What up, Bloomin' Onion?
That's the only thing that was out there. Brother.
No, I have not heard that BS Profile. Good song, though. Dave's good. Still recovering from the bar mitzvah. He sent a thank you note yesterday. Like, my parents don't live, 45 minutes from me. I like AI, so I probably will. I first fell in love when Babyface did his Hogan AI. Danny, I posted a picture of my dad on Instagram. I don't know if you I know you follow me on there. I don't know if you saw it at all. It's in the mix.
What up to now?
It's from his bar mitzvah.
Ricky Crawford. Good morning. Back with Dan's Bloomin' Onion Maker. What up, buddy?
What's up, Airtight?
Is this the real Airtight in YouTube?
What's Airtight?
Flying group or loose.
LWRCs are nice guns. Cracker Crest are expensive. I don't think I have that.
Hey, let me get me that whole Morgan air check.
sorry, what? I didn't hear you.
Get me that whole Morgan Talk air check.
Okay.
What up, buddy? Daryl Swims, good morning.
Yeah, all of it.
Okay.
All right.
What's up, Airtight?
No, I don't. I mean, by later today.
BTLS.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Been kind of a slow day today, Lummy. Just saying. Maybe a lot of people are uncertain. So been a slow day, just to let you know, for those scoring at home. Thank you. Lummy, I think I have the official ring design of 2024's year-end BARP celebration ring.
Oh, sweet.
And, you know, part of the, when you hit your plateau of being Bubba Army royalty, is you get a ring. And this will be, what, the 6th ring? Is this the 5th or 6th? Or is this the 7th?
7th ring.
7.
This is the 7th ring.
Yes.
And I think I have it pretty much designed out now. And I think I got it pretty much. I could send it to you guys. It's pretty much what you saw before, but I tried to get. I'm not even going to tell you.
Okay.
You know.
Is it getting bigger and bigger, like the real ones, where they become like a trophy?
I'm actually going down a size this year.
I like that. So it's wearable.
We were at a 6X ring last year, and the woman that I designed the ring with even told me last year, man, all of your other rings have been between 4 and 5X. For you to go to like you've never been, you know, like your biggest ring was we can go 7, but it's really gaudy and it's really big and it's very cumbersome. And I'm like, of course, you know what I said, Lummy.
9.
I want the biggest ring. Well, I think that last year's ring is just too big.
It was big.
It's just too big.
Should
It's
go to
big.
6?
So I'm going down. That was a 6 or I don't know if that was a 6 or a 7, but I'm going down 1, Dan, so that the width is 3 millimeters. What's a smaller measurement, a millimeter or a centimeter?
A centimeter is 10 millimeters.
It doesn't answer my question.
So it's millimeters smaller.
All right. So I think that this year's ring is 3 millimeters smaller on the top and 4 millimeters less wide.
Okay, that'll be easier to deal with.
That's not a lot of realize. That's not a lot.
It's not a lot, but it's just, again, taking that edge off. It was just a little big.
Yeah. So and Dan, I'll show you. I'll show anybody privately or send it to you. You know, and this year, Dan, this is commemorating your, a little bit to you. It's coming in the Guido Gold. You know, before we.
Awesome.
Oh, really?
You know, it's coming in the Guido Gold. So it's a gold ring. Every other ring I've done, Lummy, has either been black onyx or silver.
Yes.
As the base of the ring. This is Dan Diaco inspired Guido Gold. And so, so I have the ring all
That's awesome.
All ready to go. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. I want to get a couple of these softball stories out before we just go full in Secret Service, lack of duty. There's this one particular video that I find very interesting. There's all types of videos that are starting to surface now from the event of Saturday, and I'll get to some of the newer ones here, but I wanted to blow through a couple of these stories, and this is my opinion. Headlines read, Skip Bayless leaving undisputed in FS1 in an FS1 bombshell. Now, Skip Bayless used to be part of the Shannon Sharp Skip Bayless. It was undisputed.
It was first take, too.
Undisputed, yeah.
Right. And Skip Bayless, prior to Shannon to Shannon Sharp, had years. Wasn't that one time he was with Stephen A. Smith?
Yeah,
Yeah. And then didn't Richard Sherman just castrate him on air?
So anyway, I think what has happened, then him and Shannon Sharp obviously had a falling out of, and Shannon Sharp left, and I think went to go on to be with Stephen A. Smith, which I think is even a more brilliant and better show for sports. But in my opinion, Skip Bayless kind of old guyed himself out of the business.
Yep.
With regards to you look at Stephen A. Smith, he's got kind of a younger approach, and Skip Bayless needed Shannon Sharp to give him that street cred, or more importantly, athletic cred. Skip Bayless, you look at Skip Bayless, that bitch hasn't played maybe lawn darts. That guy, you look at Skip Bayless and you can't, you can't say, well, this guy's expertise comes from his ability to having played the game, because look at him. He looks like the biggest, oldest twerp ever.
Well, Stephen A. Smith didn't do anything. I think that there's...
He was like a JV junior college basketball player.
He really was. He did. He made
I thought so too, Seth.
But anyway, there's a lot of guys that aren't athletic that are good sportscasters. But I think Skip Bayless, first of all, sayonara, see you later. Never really liked you.
Well, he's not retiring. He just said he's leaving FS1.
That means
the end of him.
It's probably the end of him.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to give him another $34 million a year contract.
$34 million a year that guy was making?
Yeah.
My Lord.
I think it's just going to be interesting to see who wants to work with him.
It's going to be interesting on who they replace him with.
More and more. I don't care who they replace him with, but as far as Skip Bayless and his future goes, who's actively going to want to go work with this guy? Because the more and more you hear people talk about him, the more you hear of just how much of a dick he is. Charles Barkley says he hates him with every fiber of his being.
I'm going to tell you something, I hate him. I'd love to see Charles Barkley just go up there and whoop his ass. My favorite dynamic by far, though, and it just organically has happened over the last decade, and that is the Shaq-Charles dynamic on Inside NBA. Oh, my God, I love their demise. Yeah. Oh, my God.
So last year, enjoy it.
They should go out and do something like, how the Manning brothers does. Don't they, Seth? The Manning brothers, they'll watch a game and give you a Science Theater 2000 feel about it.
Yeah, it's annoying as hell.
You don't like it?
I don't. I watch the games. I don't watch any offshoots of guys sitting around, being guys talking about it. I like to watch.
I like the Manning cast if it's not a game that I care for. I'll never watch it for a Bucks game, but as an alternate feed, it is kind of cool. They do it on I think it's ESPN2 for most of the primetime games.
Wouldn't you love Shaq and Charles doing that in today's NBA though? Because today's NBA, Charles has already called him lazy.
I think it'd be
he thinks
funnier
most
than
of
the
them are
Manning
lazy. He'd be like, man, you turned down a $350 million supermax deal for a baby mom. Charles just says it like it is. He's flabbergasted by the kind of money these NBA guys are making, and he thinks they're all a bunch of flopping bitches for the most part.
They don't play defense.
And then him and Shaq start getting into arguments. And Shaq is just funnier than hell.
He's retiring. I think Barkley's retiring after the season.
Yeah, 2020. Yeah,
damn
25.
It.
So
damn it, that sucks.
Enjoy this year with him and Shaq.
Still be doing Subway commercials.
Another sports related story before I start diving into the other stuff.
Neil Malpazier, $20.
Thank you, Neil, for that little 20 spot, my friend. I need to check my PayPal. I've been blabbing on here like a million miles an hour. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. At the now my phone run. Oh, there we go.
Oh no.
Wouldn't open up for my fat face.
Oh.
It was fat face locked. Nope, looks like the only one today, Lummy. Just the loneliest of. I'm just a bill, and I'm only that guy, Johnny Lonely Guy. It was Fish on the J.
Thank you.
Only thing we had on PayPal today. No problem. Not every day's a windfall, Lummy. Sometimes you lose. Right?
George C. in the Cash App.
Hall of Fame running back Terrell Owens was handcuffed and removed from a plane. I'm sorry, Terrell Davis was, and he's as historically, I don't think he's had a history of being in trouble, has he?
No,
he's a pretty good guy.
This is kind of a crazy story.
Following a false accusation by a flight attendant. So are they saying that somebody had? So if I'm reading the story correct, it says he was handcuffed and removed from a plane Saturday following a false accusation by a flight attendant. So am I to read that the flight attendant was wrong?
Correct.
And they removed and embarrassed him. And listen,
in front of his wife and 3 kids.
Do you know how embarrassing that is? So you're on a plane and you got 160 people on there, right? And your family. On the standard jet, the standard 737, Supermax 8, whatever the hell they are, 180, 190 people on there. And for the most humiliating thing ever would be when the cops come on board and handcuff you and drag you down there. Talk about if you could if you could potentially prove emotional damages on that.
Besides the law enforcement, the FBI also came on. 6 FBI agents.
And so what
Didn't she accused Davis of almost hitting her, right?
I believe it was a male.
Oh, he accused Davis of
so
a male Stewart.
Yes, like Dr. Dan likes. His son asked for a cup of ice. I guess the stewardess didn't hear him, so Terrell Davis tapped the person on the shoulder and asked for the cup of ice. Guy said, "Don't hit me," and went to talk to the pilot.
Geez.
See, that's why I had to be. That's why I had to be.
Dan, settle down. This is one of the reasons people hate you is you go crazy in. Smooth it in, Dan. Don't just jab it in. Ease it in. What do you got? What do you got for me?
That's why.
There you go. That's how you do it.
That's
why I Dan, I'm your sensei at radio. I'm just teaching you how to be better. You don't jam in super hard because it's like
That's why I had to be Miguel's bitch.
One more time
when
again.
you confronted me.
Hold on, one more time. What's that now?
That's why I had to be Miguel's bitch when he started threatening me, because they have the ability to call in the FBI and the CIA and the local police to get you arrested, because if they say you did anything that's contrary, you get in trouble. And it's
no, you're
disgusting.
really. I mean, and these flight attendants. Nothing against them; they're great people, but some of the men tend to skew on the feminine side, and I'm thinking if you would even just.
Are you saying they're gay?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that I'm
Rob Green 50 on the Cash App and John Watson 10 on the Cash App.
I'm saying they make a little more sensitive and feminine, and a tap on the shoulder could absolutely trigger him. Because he's just looking to get triggered for whatever reason, and you got to literally just sit there and shut up, not ask for nothing, don't get in anybody's way.
Dude, they had 6 FBI agents yoke him off the plane, put him in handcuffs in front of his kids, and he said, "I was and remain humiliated, embarrassed, powerless, and angry."
That's unbelievable.
Yep.
And literally, are there other witness accounts that are stating that indeed he only did tap him on the shoulder and ask for ice?
United Airlines has come out and apologized.
Was
Jay,
it in first class too?
Doesn't say. But
Jay,
it's got to be.
I mean, because I was just thinking to myself, if I've ever tapped a stewardess or a steward, like to get a cup of ice.
Shut up, all that. Listen to this. How about this? How about what type of case is this when you already have? Before you've even slapped down the J-Light paperwork, before you even slap that down on them, you already got them admitting
false imprisonment
and saying sorry.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Oh, my God. It's right at check time, isn't
Negligent infliction of emotional distress.
I mean,
false imprisonment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's real humiliation. This isn't a guy that's been in the news like everyone said. It's not T.O.
No, it's not.
It's not T.O. It's a different Terrell. Terrell Davis had a great reputation.
And it's not a guy that's all thugged up and has face tattoos. He's traveling with his family.
Remember, his commercial was his mom with the soup.
Right.
That was his whole deal. Good, wholesome.
No,
wasn't
that
it
was
him?
somebody else.
That was Terrell Davis?
That was Donovan McNabb, too. I think Terrell Owens had that also. But Ty Parachi, 20 on this Cash App.
I bet you I'm going to find it. Go ahead.
No, you're wrong. I'd let it go now, Jace, for in fear of looking stupid.
No, I mean, I think he might be right, but a lot of guys did those commercials that aren't the best of people.
Yeah. Anyway, man, I tell you right now, Jay, if that's probably, I mean, I don't know anything about damages, and you've done this more than I have. A person being handcuffed and dragged through in the FBI, and you're automatically, and you already are a celebrity and somewhat of a brand that people know and can judge. And I mean, that's to me, Jay, that sounds like they're writing you a $10 million check to go away.
They certainly should.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, like that's big time. That's big bucks, no whammies, right there.
BVA $20.
What's that? Let me.
BVA $20.
All right, so. This was the national anthem last night.
Yeah, I watched
for the All-Star game.
Oh, we need more.
The Major League Baseball All-Star game, and this was the national anthem. And I think Seth said it during the hot mic. We just need to play the recording of a national.
We've run
anthem.
out of people to do it.
Yeah, there's only been ever a few people that can actually nail it.
Just play Whitney Houston.
Just play Whitney Houston from '91 when she was here at the Super Bowl. That's supposedly one of the greatest renditions of the national anthem in the history of live sporting events. Whitney Houston's singing of the national anthem in the big sombrero Tampa, Florida. I think 1981, Lummy?
1981.
Was it Giants Bills?
91.
Was it
Yeah, Giants Bills.
Was it Giants Bills?
Yes.
And her rendition is supposedly the greatest of all times. This might be on the other end of the spectrum.
Oh, poor girl.
As one of the worst of all time.
4-time Grammy winner.
You think her earpiece
This girl right here is?
Yeah.
This girl here is a 4-time Grammy winner.
Yes.
Of what type of music?
She's an American country singer.
Oh, here we go. All right, so they pick it up here. Like,
And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air.
That's all they're giving me right now. Maybe Lummy, you can
yeah,
find.
It was bad.
Maybe you can find.
Can we hear? I'm
God.
sub craving for man.
I'm hearing for her how she draws out the brave.
Oh,
gimmick.
she doesn't, Bubba. It's horrible.
Do you think do you think her earpiece went out or something? Because I don't think you can be. I don't think you would sound that bad.
That's Milli Vanilli bad.
But it's not just that though, Seth. It's the cadence of it.
Yeah.
Even if the sound and the key is off, just the way she sang it was.
I sent it to you, Bubba.
It's not sung that way.
Yeah, like
I think
even if her note was
you
off.
think she was so scared,
I think
nervous?
She was.
Hold on. Put her own spin on it.
One or two things. One or two things here. Either you're right, Seth. She's so nervous, and she just a lot of things went wrong, and she maybe lost her inner ear, like her inner monitor deal.
Yeah.
Because they give you that, and so that could have gone catastrophically wrong. So, or she just wanted to hack it up and make it hers, knowing that indeed had she. Let me ask you this question: had she nailed it, would any of us be talking about it right now?
No.
But if she if she butchers it so bad that now everybody's talking about it.
She did try to make it her own, which was bad.
Brett, what were you saying?
If she were horribly ugly, would we have this much compassion about it?
I don't know. Yeah,
maybe it was the equipment. Maybe her stuff was bad. She was so scared.
Can't get excuses
Poor girl. But if she was 300 pounds.
Stars through the perilous fight, or the ramparts we watch.
It's like she's trying to make it like a Brit. She's trying to make it. She's trying to make it like a Britney, like vocal.
Yeah, you're right. Kind of like a sexy deal at the end.
Like a vocal fry, kind of,
like a come hither.
Yes. Hold on. Maybe we got this bitch all wrong. Maybe we got her all wrong.
She's a big slut.
Maybe she was just, she's actually the first person to slut up the national anthem. We've had people try to do various things to our national anthem to make it their own, but
She was telling Ellie De La Cruz to come pound her.
She was saying, "Come get some of this, big boy," interracial.
Or the ramparts we watch were so gallant.
That sounds orgasmic. Like
even some of the Dominican guys are like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, you can see their faces change.
Won't they show her?
They will.
That our flag was still there.
Man. Are they booing?
Yes.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
These dudes are like, "Are you kidding
Well,
me?"
I got the look at they're standing on giant stupid stars, Bubba.
Right.
Hold on. She's still going. Hold on.
She made it around.
Hold on. I'm gonna start from the beginning. Wait till you hear how actually long she goes with the free gimmick. Listen to this.
Oh, it's atrocious.
And you know what? The bitch just wasn't horrible. She was trying to be somebody to get the clicks, to be like this was a.
What do you mean? What do you mean she was trying to be someone?
I don't think that was an earpiece gimmick.
I don't think that she was trying to be bad. I think she was trying to make it her own,
And
so
it was
that people,
horrific.
so that people would be talking about it like we are now. Because I mean, I don't think you could just consciously mess it up that bad. I mean, did you hear the free?
Yeah,
I mean,
it was atrocious.
there's a certain fundamental way you sing it. And I think she was trying to slut it up and put that vocal fry on it to make it her own. And it was so horrible. And she did. She made it her own. I think, you know what? I either think it's real horrible or I think it's real brilliant.
I don't think she did anything positive for herself at all.
You don't think so?
No, she totally ruined herself.
She was already a 4-time Grammy winner.
Especially this week when we're really trying to be proud Americans, and there's so many people trying to really celebrate being America, and it's the All-Star game of baseball, America's game.
It was a home run derby. So.
And so it's still the All-Star weekend celebration.
Right.
It's disgusting. She should be ashamed of herself, and whoever booked her should fall on the sword, just like the Secret Service, the Secret Service director.
When I'm going to go into words, let me. RFK now is getting Secret Service protection. I guess Trump actually was one of the very few people that tried to stick his neck out, no pun intended, for Robert Kennedy Jr. and was one of the people that petitioned the Secret Service as a former president, knowing that he needs it. I mean, Robert Kennedy could use it, and now he's been granted limited, but Secret Service more so than he had. And so that's pretty cool. I mean, right? I mean,
what do you think they gave him? Like 1-2 guys? Or
I think they probably gave him those 3 girls.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
With his mother, my whole thing was just about the damages.
But for the
If your
Secret
image is
Service,
like
you have to
your mom is
understand
giving
that this
you
is something that they practice thousands and thousands of hours for. This exact moment. As we saw, everything was textbook in the way that they reacted. They acted off of the sound of a threat. In this case, what they perceived was some sort of gunfire coming from what is believed to be the right of the former president. If you looked at the moment that you heard...
So we're both right.
I said that.
We're both right.
Yeah, but I said you did it.
Heard that the instant sound of what was believed to be gunfire, those Secret Service agents rushed in and did exactly what they are trained to do, which is to put maximum attention to the protectee and minimum attention to the problem, right? So that working shift that's around the president or the former president, they need to react very quickly, make him safe. And the way that they're doing it is exactly what we saw. They put their bodies in between the former president and the perceived threat, so they would actually absorb any secondary type of rounds that may come into the president. They do a rapid assessment. The president's on the ground. He has agents that are on top of him. They're quickly trying to assess his current state. Was he hit? What is going on? All the while, they are getting information from agents that are outside of that inner circle around what is going on. Where is the perceived threat coming from? What is the next course of action? We actually X off of that attack location and immediately while there's calls being made around whether or not they need medicine, right? Like we don't see...
Nice to see you on Bayshore. JG51, 0GG. I can't believe I got it right. I don't get any sports stuff correct, ever. Dan probably has a hand-me-down, honey.
It's funny, Towel Guru. It's like one of those things. Whenever I see one, I can roll down the window, and whoever's there always is super, super cool.
I think that's the first time Dan hasn't had any morning zoos on him.
He must have Bubba, me, and you in his head.
He always gets at least 4. Oh man.
What's up, Towel Guru?
Thanks, Kicks for Guns. Let's go fucking dig out Hamas.
Thank you, Felix. Barajas.
What'd Felix do?
Give me 25 on the PayPal.
Oh, Felix is the man.
Okay. Oh, today's Clem Kush.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep, I know.
You want to do a real quickie right out of the box, or you want to do a 30-minute so you can go to the barista?
We can do 30 whether you want to take a break or not. We can take like a 10 or 15 minute break.
I want to get in the chair for a few minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. I gotta do some prep for pigmentation anyways.
Okay.
I did those 3 exercises yesterday in between podcasts, and then I went for a walk after. That was a pretty good workout.
What exercises did you do?
I did chest press, shoulder press raises,
right,
and biceps.
Good.
Just did 3 sets of all those real fast.
Anything is better than nothing, you know?
Yeah, no, I mean I just.
Not everybody can have a body like fucking Jay. Not everybody can be cored out like that motherfucker.
No, but if I don't do anything, I really get it. I find that I have
Not
to do
really.
something now.
You
Not
feel like
really.
shit. I mean,
Yeah.
You may get a little out of shape, but nothing like.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
So, Seth, you, even though you're a hater, you take a crap on anything that I got cool. God forbid you ever throw me a bone. I think you even made fun of me that my pickup truck's a 2019 last week. Make fun of my car lifts. Make fun of my goats. But, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, you have gone and participated in my vision to move the Clem Gym from a warehouse a half a mile away to the front part of our building that we were doing nothing with. We were doing nothing with the green room. We were doing nothing with those 2 additional studios except being pack rats. And then there was nothing in the initial bullpen, and still being able to carve out a small little waiting room once we get that stuff cleared out of there. But you scoffed at me moving the weight room at the Clem Gym here, and now I find you find yourself doing exercises every day on my equipment that you scoffed at, bitch. Why don't you just take an L?
I think I scoffed at the process, Bubba, and more so than just the idea of bringing it over here. But I did, in between podcasts yesterday, I did some exercises, and then I did a little walk, a little cardio after.
You know, people respond to positive reinforcement better than negative. Especially you. Like, you like to be complimented more than you like to be tore down. And
most people do.
Yeah. And all you do is tear me down. Very rarely. Like, you know how cool it would have been, like you said, hey, Sponjo, that weight room's really working out quite nicely.
Well, we've used
able to get a couple sets in, and wow, that was a great idea, Sponjo. Oh no, I never hear any of those from you, my friend.
You want to get sucked off?
No, I don't want to get sucked off.
Okay.
I mean, not by you.
Physically, I mean, not.
But like, it would be nice, like, when we were talking about it organically, for you to be like, you know what, that was a super good idea, and that's pretty kick-ass to take that wasted space and be able to put some weights in there. Everybody have an opportunity to lift some weights if you wanted to.
Bubba, no one's got a weight room like you, okay?
No,
one's got the infrastructure. The goats.
I know.
The
buddy.
cash cube.
But it would be nice for you to sometimes recognize how good we are instead of how much I suck. It hurts to the
Where are you getting this info that I say you suck?
You made fun of when I initially was going to put the Clem Gym over here. You made fun of it.
It was a dusty mess, and I think even Lummy would co-sign that it was a
No, Lummy could see my vision the entire time.
I could.
It wasn't a disaster putting that thing together, and then you kept moving equipment in and out because you were buying and trading stuff. You'd send merch trip to Tallahassee to buy a PEC deck.
Yeah, and
that
you
was
know
used
what?
at a high school.
And you know what? All that has worked out okay with you now, hasn't it? I guarantee you've put your hands on that PEC deck, bitch.
I don't know. Well, I didn't know how to use it yesterday because it was set up for the back, but I'm going to get to it today. I'm going to do back and tries.
While never formally even asking. Like, for real. Like, never,
I didn't know it was set yesterday.
Never
I
formally.
asked.
You've never formally asked me, hey, can I use the Clem Gym? You know what I'm.
I thought I did yesterday.
No,
because you said wipe everything down, and I said I'm not going to sweat, and then you go wipe everything down. You said that stuff that medical grade.
Did you still wipe it down?
Yeah.
Seth.
Yeah.
Seth. If I catch you working out, not wiping down, you lose your privileges.
Okay.
And it would be nice for you to right now maybe set aside, I'm sorry, but more like, hey, you know what? I see your vision now, and it pretty much kicks ass.
Bubba, I see your vision, man, and it kicks ass.
So not believable.
No, dude, you're the most ass-kicking DJ in Tampa.
Thank you, my friend.
You got it.
Don't forget, though, buddy. Don't forget this.
I know this is the only place left I can work. I've been fired from every job.
Nope, that's not what I'm going to say to you. It's not what I'm going to say to you. This is what I'm going to say to you. Out of all the people that you've worked for, how many of them?
No one had a doctor or a lawyer.
No. How many of them have changed your oil for you, rotated your tires, and give you a gym at your beckoning call? Along with allowing you to chuck rings and you can do there's nothing you can't do. Play basketball, get your oil changed.
I'm not committing any crimes, Bubba. It's not like I'm asking if I can, murder some things,
Drew Garabo didn't go out and change your oil, did he?
No. We, at that time I was with Drew. We were men of, bringing it to the dealership to get it done.
Right. Okay, that's cool.
And now I know where to bring it.
Hey, now I change
Bubba's
it for
Jiffy
you.
Lube. No, it's great being here. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for having me.
I got to tell you, that cable crossover machine's pretty nice. Now, it's been beat up. It's been in a gym. I can tell I bought it used.
Lummy was very taken aback by it. I'm not going to lie.
I'm going to have to at least repaint it.
It's uneven, kind of, right?
No, it's
kind
not.
of leans to one side.
No, see how you are. No, it doesn't.
Okay, all right, man. So that's just my brain.
Oh, yes, let me just talk crap about my stuff, but he'll be the first one to have his paws on my stuff. Yeah. Felix Barajas, 25 bucks on the PayPal.
Thank you.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Thank you. Anyway, Seth, it'd just be nice if
sorry,
every
Bubba.
once in a while.
I'm sorry. I saw your vision.
Because you don't you don't do well with criticism, and I always try to prop you up and tell you the good things that you do. But
there's no criticism. People are just mean.
No. How many times have I told you I appreciate what you're doing with the podcast? I appreciate what you're doing with this and that.
Yeah.
I don't just. You've never heard me say, "Hey, Seth, guess what? Podcast sucks."
No, yeah.
Hey, Seth, guess what?
What?
He's like, I don't think you're gonna hit your numbers this month, bitch. You really suck.
Luckily, I get that from everywhere else.
No, instead, I just, prop up, and provide. I prop up and provide, and you take it from me, and you're mean to me. Disrespectful.
Where's this coming from?
From deep, buddy, deep.
I thought everything
coming from deep.
I thought everything was
coming from so deep. I'll put your ass to sleep.
I thought everything was coup de la, and now I'm looking like a one-way asshole here.
Well, hold on, I didn't say it. Did you, Lummy?
No.
I feel like I come in, I do the job. It's not the best every day, but that's the deal we have.
Every once in a while, when something makes you happy at work, and somebody facilitated that happiness, Rhett, myself, Lummy, Macho Man, Gary Cantrell, then say, "Hey, thanks, thank you, appreciate you." Instead of just being a little Karen bitcher over there, bitch all the time about what I don't have. Let's concentrate on what we do got. We got a full-blown gym, buddy, that you're supersetting on in between shows. Bitch. So let me, as we break, man, I don't know how Joe Biden didn't who advised him not to yesterday morning at 1 or 2 o'clock or noon or 9 a.m. briefing to say, not only am I continuing to have all of my agencies look into this assassination attempt on Trump, this failed, this Secret Service failed us event, but I have asked for and have received the resignation of the director of the Secret Service. Like, I don't know how he didn't. This is so egregious. And what happened, and the balls dropped, and the balls being dropped now, leading to potential conspiracy theories that don't need to even exist if you're not if you do your job correctly. And she is, I think she said there's the buck stops with her.
She did.
Well, if she said the buck,
and then she said, "I'm staying,"
and I'm staying.
Yep.
In her first public statement since the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump, the U.S. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle on Monday said the agency will willfully participate fully in an independent review ordered by the president, and also said the agency will work with Congress on any oversight actions. And where does she say, Lummy, that I'm staying?
I think a little farther down.
It's the responsibility that I take an action seriously. I am committed to fulfilling this mission.
Yep.
Blah, 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 blah. Among the concerns and questions, I'm this and that. Do. She regularly works with law enforcement. I'm trying to find where I wanted to get the actual quote where she says.
Do you think she's talked to President Trump yet?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question.
You think like she apologized? Or I mean, or can you not admit wrong? Are you putting yourself in like a legal position?
I think that Bubba makes such a good point. If Biden had done something decisive in this time when everyone's questioning his ability to rule the country, something as easy as this person's mission is to prevent one thing. The one thing you prevent is an assassination attempt.
And politically, this is a softball for him to show his strength.
It is.
And this is an opportunity for him to say, you know what? I'm the commander-in-chief. That's an agency that I, at the end of the day, I'm in charge of. I put competent people in there that run these agencies. This was a major, major fail from this agent, almost a irreversible or unreversible, catastrophic fail.
Yes, this fail cannot be corrected. She must go.
That would have changed, but they've had this fail, not failed, and had this happen. I don't know what we would as a country be going through right now had Donald Trump been killed. Would there be martial law? Would there be riots? Would there be what would be going on right now?
Biden would have been next. I mean, it would have been, I don't know where it would have stopped.
I mean, yeah, it's like almost like the Biggie Tupac deal, right?
Well, Biden could have put the spotlight that's on him right now about whether he has the mental capacity to do anything right on the Secret Service. And then you have a week or two where they're all on the Secret Service because what they did is horrific. It's whether it was negligent, it's reckless. It's worse than negligent in my mind. No direct line of fire.
Hold on. But here's the worst thing, Jay. It's so negligent. And let's just take the insider out of it and just go on pure negligence because he was underpowered. And the Secret Service agent that I'm talking to, a former Secret Service, I kind of have an inside Iggy into this. And I'm like, this is an inside job. This is the government deal. And he's kind of calming me down, saying this is actually a dereliction of duty. And this is actually inexperienced people that have been assigned to the Donald Trump detail. He's asked for and been denied on 5 different requests. The last 5 different public appearances he's done, he's asked for additional security. It's been denied, and they did their job so badly that it's now allowing for an inside conspiracy deal just because how bad they did their jobs. Even though it wasn't an inside job, they did their job so poorly that it leads a little wiggle room to say, coincidentally, this seems kind of odd how a guy could be on a rooftop for over 2 minutes while 2 minutes. There's, and I'm going to show video here in a little bit. 2 minutes of people begging the cops. There's a guy up here. There's a guy up here. One cop, I guess, got his head up there on the ledge, and the bad guy aimed his rifle at him, and he dropped down. But I'm telling you right now, if I've and the video footage that I've seen, and you see him on the side of the roof there, I'm at least shooting a guy's tennis shoes and kneecaps. You can at least hit him, or at least start laying fires around him, laying lead around him, so that he cannot feel comfortable enough about getting his rifle positioned and to scope in Donald. I'm laying enough lead, and as soon as I'm laying enough lead, I'm on the radio telling my other 15 local guys here that are in charge of that perimeter, I'm laying lead. I need help. I need support.
Bubba, did you see the email we got this morning from a guy, Bryce, who was there?
I don't know if I did or not.
Yes, send it to everybody. He was actually at the event.
Yeah, well, he does. I think is that the one who said Bubba's wrong.
He just wanted to tell Bubba that it was the sniper behind him that shot him. That the other sniper team didn't shoot him at all. He wanted to tell you that. He didn't want you to get your story wrong, Bubba.
Well, my guy who is a former Secret Service that spoke to people there has claimed that it wasn't the sniper behind Trump that got the guy. It was the counter surveillance local team that got him.
He said they didn't have a clear line of sight on the shooter. I've been a fan of your show for a long time, and I'd hate to see you promoting a story that will turn out not to be true.
How do we know that this guy was there? How do we know that this guy just doesn't use that to try to correct me because his opinion isn't the same as mine, and he wasn't really there? And the intel that I got, I don't know where he got his intel,
right?
So and we can't prove that he was there.
I know, but
I got intel that says a local counter sniper team shot him, and it makes sense because if you look at the guy and behind Trump, he looks like he doesn't ever ready his gun and shoot. And so I guess this is part of the investigation that we all really kind of need to know, that nobody's the guy that wrote this show's not wrong. I'm not wrong.
That's the problem. We should know as citizens that the president should have taken decisive action, and 3 days later, Bubba, we should know where did the shot come from that killed the would-be assassin? Where did the guy gain access? Why did the cop that went up with the ladder not have his gun drawn? It's like Keystone Cop stuff.
Right.
If you're the local cop and they're yelling, he's on the roof with a gun, do you go up there without your gun drawn?
So all of these dereliction of duty only leads to a potential conspiracy, and that conspiracy being that either the Secret Service has a mole, or that there's been some orders given by higher ups to be lax on securing Donald Trump, because just like people like Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro, other, big, huge, talking heads have said that the next thing to do, the Democrats have tried to throw him in jail. They've tried to hem him up on, the porn star sex deal. They got him on I don't know how many different trials. And since they can't seem to get him out of the race, even as a registered felon, that a lot of people smarter than me, closer to the situation, more our actual conservative talk show hosts have said that they think or believe that he will be killed, that the Democrats will have him killed. And so that's been saying that.
Well, they sent their best man to do the job, that's for sure.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Well, I sent you, it's like a 47-second clip from ABC from the Secret Service lady. Did like a quick, I guess, interview. That's where she says she's not stepping down.
This one?
Yes.
And then
Step down.
this level of attack towards paying minimum attention to the problem, right? That call out some of the audio, the commands. Was he shot, or is there any secondary wounds? Anything that they do not see visibly at that moment, they are going through that rapid assessment, right? Like we don't see this level of attack towards any of our political leaders. Or in this case, the former president. But for the Secret Service, you have to understand that this is something that they practiced thousands and thousands of hours for, this exact moment. As we saw, everything was textbook in the way that they reacted. They actioned off of the sound of a threat. In this case, what they perceived was some sort of gunfire coming from what is believed to be the right of the former president. If you looked at the moment that you heard that the instant sound of what was believed to be gunfire, those Secret Service agents rushed in and did exactly what they are trained to do, which is to put maximum attention to the protectee and minimum attention to the problem, right? So that working shift that's around the president or the former president, they need to react very quickly, make him safe. And the way that they're doing it is exactly what we saw. They put their bodies in between the former president and the perceived threat, so that they would actually absorb any secondary, type of, rounds.
What up, Timothy?
They do a rapid assessment. The president's on the ground. He has agents that are on top of him. They're quickly trying to assess his current state. Was he hit? What is going on?
What up, 69? What's up, Tina? Man, I hope there's a secret service.
Look at you.
Because we know too much about this one now.
You hope there's one that the Secret Service doesn't even know about?
Yeah. There's a real Secret Service.
There's a Secret Service.
Yeah. Where the elites go.
I don't think Dan surfed in Jersey. I got a little session of last
Dan
night.
Bongino.
Oh, he did, Dan did?
He said it a couple times.
That's good. I literally didn't bother him, let him have his
Dan Bongino looks like he runs a little hot.
But upstairs he's...
All the while, they are getting information from agents.
You got Bubba live now. If you go through withdrawals later,
easy fix.
Get your fix at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the BRN.
Today's after show will be a Klim and Kush podcast. You'll go get that podcast. Hell, you can follow our Facebook or our Instagram or our X, Twitter. We'll have it posted up there for you to go download. Bubba Army HQ. Clem and Kush, me and Seth and I doing a little, and I can't even really tell you where, like, we don't really have a format. We just get in there and just, I don't know, bitch and moan and talk cool stuff and whatever.
That's good promotion, I think.
So today, it's usually up by 2 o'clock, usually, or so.
Yeah, I got a long day today with the pigmentation, so
That's right, you get the pigmentation dudes in here today, too.
Yeah.
Plus, you might have to get your little workout in,
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I'm not going to overdo it today.
As we are talking about the Kim Cheadle, the head of the Secret Service, I think that the president completely could have really bettered himself with being a leader and taking responsibility. That if Monday morning, yesterday, he would have said, I have fired Kim Cheadle, and I'm in the process of finding the most qualified person to run the Secret Service. I'm not going to worry about DEI and any of that nonsense. I'm going to get real people in here because at the end of the day, these are the same people that are protecting me as well. But he didn't. Kim Cheadle's allowed to keep her job. And you know why? And they're going back to saying now why, is that she was one of Jill Biden's favorite. And she was actually, when Jill Biden was the first lady, she was on the Jill Biden detail. So her and Jill got super close. And we all, this just validates what we've been saying all along, that Jill's running the country more than this imbecile is.
Yeah, so Joe's not going to fire her.
Joe doesn't even know her.
Yeah, it's Jill.
Who?
Jill.
No, Joe. Hey, Joe, we got to fire Kim Cheadle. She's the head of the Secret Service. But, okay, let's fire her. If something real bad happened, they almost took Donnie out. Don't want that on my record, Yeah, but you know what? Kim was appointed by Jill. Your wife, Jill. Want to make? Oh, man. Well, you can't fire her then. Have you talked to Jill about it? So she got completely nepotismed in. So you know that when Joe won, Kim's picking up the phone or Jill's picking up the phone saying, "Hey, head of Secret Service." That's a pretty. I think that's what they call a cabinet position, is it not?
Secret Service director?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's a cabinet position.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think so?
Mm-mm. It's not cabinet, but it's definitely something that needs to be approved by Congress, and it's a big deal.
Can you run what the average presidential cabinet consists of? Because usually it's like the joint chiefs of staff, which isn't that the guy in charge of all the military? And then they have like the FBI director, the CIA director, the maybe Homeland Security director, maybe a home of housing and transportation. The Buttigieg.
I just sent you something on IM, Bubba. Did you get it?
On our IM?
Yeah, I got IM. Did you get it?
Seth, hold on here. This might be the first one we've ever done.
Essentially the cabinet positions.
All right, hold on here. Is this it right here? Oh, is this what you sent me?
Yeah.
Here we go. Thank you. And then you sent me the cabinet?
Yes.
Is it acceptable that you have still not heard, at least publicly, from the Secret Service director?
Oh, I've heard from him.
But have you heard from her?
Did he say him or her?
Yeah, him.
Hold on.
Oh, I've heard from him.
You're thinking it's Don Cheadle.
But have you heard from her publicly?
Publicly, I've sat down in a situation room downstairs with the Secret Service, the FBI, the national security agencies, the Homeland Security, all the major elements.
Is it acceptable that you have still not heard, at least publicly?
Oh, listen, I have.
By the way, Lester Holt's forehead is trending.
Oh, it is.
It's a 6 or 7
Oh
now.
my God, it is.
Yes.
It is really trending.
It's way back there at the crown where it starts. His hairline's at his crown.
It's tough making fun of a guy's hairline because what can we do about it? But I didn't make up the hashtag.
So Kim, again, this shows you how weak he is. Listen, vote for who you want. This is not me trying to campaign for one guy or the other. But if I'm the president of the United States and the head of my Secret Service was really my wife's best friend and got the job, first of all, everybody that I put in position is going to be somebody that I know that can do the job. I might not know them personally, but I know their credentials and their achievements, and the best person's going to get the job in any business that I run. The Bubba the Love Sponge show and Bubba Army LLC and all the businesses that encompass this deal, we don't participate in DEI. We participate in the best man gets the job, or who's most likely to be dumb enough to stick around. That's what we got around here. But I'm telling you, if I'm the president of the United States, she is the first person I'm firing Monday morning at 9 o'clock.
Can you be? I would like to be in the Secret Service, but I don't want to do the job of having to throw myself on top of somebody.
No, maybe you could just work back in the computer division where you
like sit in the car or something.
Well, no, you can't sit in a car and protect the president.
Well, no, I just don't have to leave.
Maybe being a driver, but driving aggressively panics you as well. Like, you don't understand the Secret Service drivers. They go through like Tony, for instance, Lummy. When he was with a champion with NASCAR, Tony took a Secret Service driving course. Like, they put you through a different kind of course and how you can
those
drive.
Guys are badass.
How you can drive your car and hit the brakes and spin it around to get out of position. Like, listen, just don't think they're asking any $18 an hour Secret Service guy to be the car driver of the guy who drives the president and other dignitaries around. They got mad skills.
All right, I thought it was an entry-level gig. I'm sorry.
Let me see if you can send me Secret Service trained drivers.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
They're like drifters on an SUV. Like, they're unbelievable. Anyway, here is Kim Cheadle.
I said it to you.
She sat down, I guess, with ABC in an exclusive interview.
We sat down with director Kim Cheadle today for an exclusive interview.
What was your reaction when you saw the events unfold on Saturday?
Shock, and then concern, obviously, for the former president. This is an event that should have never happened.
Who is most responsible for this happening?
What I would say is that the Secret Service is responsible for the protection of the former president.
So the buck stops with you?
The buck stops with me. I am the director of the Secret Service. It was unacceptable, and it's something that shouldn't happen again.
The President and Homeland Security Secretary said today they had 100% confidence in you, but there are some members of Congress calling on you to resign.
I appreciate the Secretary's comments, and we're going to continue to be transparent and communicate with people.
You plan to stay on, absolutely.
I do plan to stay on.
But hold on now.
Tease, $100.
Thank you, Tease. But here's the deal. You could have not been less transparent during this whole situation, and you need to step down. I mean, you right now are you're uttering a lie on national TV, asked by a reputable journalist, and you've been so non-transparent on this situation. We don't know which sniper team killed him.
Well, she's not going to remember, Bubba. I don't think she's going to tell us because it's still the Secret Service.
I know, but
right? I think she's saying she's been transparent with the people she needs to be transparent with.
I don't think so. Hold on.
And we're going to continue to be transparent and communicate with people.
All right. Well, I mean, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
Didn't the Secret Service flub up the cocaine thing at the White House?
Sure
too?
did.
Yeah, they messed that up too.
No.
Here is this is something that's kind of the most trying or most telling, but this is a split screen here, and I didn't see this up until yesterday, and we're going to end the show with it because it's 4 minutes and 25 seconds long, but it shows from the time that former President Trump got to his podium and started speaking. That's one shot. And then the next shot are all these people that are away, a football field and a half away that kind of had those people kind of had their lawn chairs, or they were just kind of walking and standing around. There were literally 30 to 40,000 people at this event. There were. And it was just pandemonium as the amount of people. But for 2 minutes, one screen will show you the people that are trying to get the attention of any type of authority, from local police officer to Secret Service, and the time that Trump is talking is 2 minutes. Now, 15 seconds into somebody seeing him on top of a building, positioning himself to shoot the president, can't you just get a hold of the local cop right and say, hey, buddy, and then that cop, get on his radio and get Trump off stage. Hey, this is Unit Number 5. Get Trump off stage now. I got an immediate threat. Then he starts taking his handgun out and laying rounds. I can hit a guy on a roof. with a handgun?
They're saying that the local police didn't notify who they were supposed to properly and in time. They didn't run it up the right flagpole. But to me, I still feel like the Secret Service would know if there's a guy that's within range of shooting former president.
I think if you're going to be on this detail and they're all in a room, you fundamentally say, before you run something up the ladder and to get final approval, if you see something so bad, put an immediate stop to it. Like, we'll deal with the ramifications later as to why we didn't go up the ladder with it. But when you see a guy on a roof with a long rifle pointed to the president, I don't think that you can use your own. You're a police officer. You're smart enough to use your own discretion. Use your own discretion and take out that threat.
Yeah.
If we end up killing an innocent civilian, which I don't know how innocent of a civilian you are, if you're on the rooftop with an AR-15 pointing to the president, I don't think let's just say this right now. What if it had gone this way? That they killed the guy before he got off a shot to Trump. You could easily, Jay, you're a lawyer, you could easily decipher as an investigation, this guy had ill intentions. This guy was armed.
Yes.
This guy had a ladder to get up there. This guy had positioned himself in a sniper-type position and had a gun that's capable of, like, he didn't have a .22, handgun. He had a gun that was capable of firing a .223 round 150 yards. So at that point, you don't need to send it up the chain. Take that guy out.
Yep. And the Secret Service would look like studs if they'd done that. It's just supposed to be a proactive, not a reactive institution.
Think about how different this story is if they took the guy out and he didn't get a shot. Now, Joe Biden, this completely makes Joe's Secret Service look badass, doesn't it?
I'm even protecting the guy that I say is a threat to democracy.
Yeah, I just want to let you know, man. They tried to take a hack at him, but my Secret Service came through and got him. Not nobody hurt. Right? That's what Biden could be saying that right now.
Yeah.
Here we go.
He was doing his job. I wouldn't even be doing this. I'd be at some beautiful place with a gorgeous ocean.
Look, they're all pointing.
See, look. So this guy's saying, look, everybody. Now we're 7 seconds into his speech.
Maybe the Pacific.
Yeah, someone's on
No, hold on. There's an actual police officer. Hold on, right there. There is a police officer, and it doesn't look like the building, if he's a 6-foot cop, it looks like the building might be 7-8 feet tall.
It doesn't look that tall.
It almost like he could jump up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look. There he is right there. Right there, see him? He's laying down. See him?
Yeah. All right, so now, hold on. We're at 17 seconds. We've identified there is a cop right there. And we're 17 seconds in, and we can see the guy laying on the roof, starting to get his position ready.
And still I'm here with you fighting like hell to get a Senate.
What's happening?
And to make sure we take back the White House, because if we do, we're going to make America better than ever before. We're going to make it.
Yeah, look.
And it's
There he
not
is.
easy, because we have millions and millions.
Look, they're like there. Look, there he is.
People in our country that shouldn't be here. Dangerous people. Criminals.
Someone just yelled at the officer at 37 seconds, too. I mean, so assume that officer has a radio on them.
Yes, exactly.
We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here.
They're pointing to police officers right here.
Yep.
We're 46 seconds into it.
It's much tougher than it happened.
The guy's taking his time.
We're the strongest border ever. In recorded history, we're the best border. In fact, if they could ever put up a chart, I don't know if they can do it. Do you guys have access to that chart that I love so much? You don't mind if I go off teleprompter, do you? Because these teleprompters are so damn boring. I try and explain that. Oh, there's it. Wow. You guys are doing it. They're getting better with time. My guys, take a look at that chart. Take a look at the arrow on the bottom. See the big red arrow, right? So that's when I left office. That was the lowest point, and that comes right from the government services, comes right out of Border Patrol. Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest amount of illegal immigration ever in recorded history into our country. And then...
Little does he know he has 18 seconds to maybe die at this point.
And then the worst president in the history of our country.
Man, next time I'm Trump, I get up on the stage, I'd be like real catsy. Remember when Eric Andre always I thought something was falling from the roof?
Yeah. He kept looking up.
That's the way Donald's going to be when he gets on stage. He's going to be like real looky-loo, right? You
Real
know?
paranoid, like he's on 100 milligrams of
And
edibles.
look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit over.
Now the other conspiracy is that this Secret Service agent was actually moving people out of the way and telling them to duck 5 seconds before it happens.
Well, it kind of I forgot who clarified it, but they were saying those people were
like in the camera way.
Yes, you're not supposed to.
That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that says.
Look, they're all pointing.
He was dead by then, but it's
that whole thing is like, it's still so nerve-wracking. I mean, when it happened live, I couldn't believe it. I just screamed at my wife. They just shot the president in the head. I still just can't believe what a failure it was that they set the perimeter up at 150 yards.
It's to the point where
that's the failure.
Here's the failures. How could it have been that big of a failure for all those coincidences to have aligned themselves so that he can get a ladder, he can get up there, he can be given over 2 minutes of time to get himself positioned and readied. He can unzip his gun bag, get his gun out, scope the guy up, have 2 minutes to scope the guy up, and for a minute 45 of it, there were communications and scuttlebutt about him. You know, there were people that were telling law enforcement, you know, a minute 45 before the first round was shot, there were people telling law enforcement about it. Law enforcement saw it. I just don't know why they just didn't start peppering them.
Get on the radio. Why didn't they immediately say unidentified person on the roof?
If they truly investigate this, the Congress does, I want to hear the radio traffic. I don't know. I don't know if we're privy to that, but I want to hear the radio traffic saying, "Hey, we got somebody." Okay, well, hold off a second here. I got to run it up the tape. I want to hear that.
Right, because you know the guy that says shooters down.
Are we ever going to hear that?
That's the radio I want to hear. What's in his head? He's shooter down, shooter down.
I want to hear the entire frequency.
All of it.
I want to hear everybody talking to everybody. Or otherwise it's an inside job. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Clem Kush today, wherever you get your podcasting stuff. Jay, appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
I'm going to go sit in my chair for a little bit in case anybody needs me.
All right, sounds good.
Kush, you come get me when you want to start, okay?
Sounds good.
All right.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lumet,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Brett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repay